Good morning, students. Thank you those that are joining. I can see Miss Sunman is just setting up for the session. So if you'd like to ask a question, you can type into the Q&A. I'll show myself. So good morning, Year 12, current Year 11 students. Welcome to Langley Park School for Girls. We are just looking at we're ready for German. I want to check Miss Sunman looks to be ready, so I'm going to be starting the German session. Miss Sunman, please can you unmute? You have done. Can you hear me okay? Okay, Miss Sunman, I'm sending you live. And we're going to start the German session. Okay, Miss Sunman, I can't hear anything from the room, the classroom. Miss Sunman, can you talk? We have no noise, no sound. Students, I can hear. Who's that? German students, it's sat in the classroom. Can you wave if you can hear me? Oh, right, the students can hear me. Can you talk, students? No, I have no sound here. Oh no. We have another German student joining the classroom. Miss Sunman, can you hear me? Miss Sunman, are you there to check the mic? Make sure it's on. Hi, Miss Sunman, I can see you, Miss Sunman, but I can't hear you. Okay. Miss Sunman, if you can unmute, again, we'll try. If you unmute the mic. Technical errors. Thank you, Anna. Can see. Oh no. Right, what I'm going to do, whilst I'm sorting out the sound, I'm going to put the Do It Now task on the slide for students at home, so I can see. If you have any questions about German, please post it in the chat. There's someone who's already asked something about textbooks. That's excellent. Thank you for a student who's asked about textbooks. I'm just going to run to double check the sound, but there's a Do It Now task on the slide, and you can get on with that for 2 seconds. Thank you, students. Thank you for waiting. We are sorting out this technical error, so I do apologise. Someone do the answer. We have a question. We have a response in the Q&A regarding the answer. Unfortunately, my German isn't very good. So someone's asking, how many lessons would there be in a week roughly? and what would the workload look like in terms of homework? So I can publish that question. Miss Thurman, you might be able to type a response. So I do apologise for those students that are here. I can see our lovely Year 12 German students are sat waiting as we try to sort the sound. Miss Sutherland, if you can hear me, I've muted the mic, so if you unmute it might help it reboot it. Thank you for your patience. I've got some new questions coming through. I'm not sure whoever missed them, if you're at the screen, you should be able to type the responses and reply to some of the questions that are being asked about German. Some students have written some responses regarding, so I'll publish those answers. Miss Summer, you should be able to type and respond. As somebody has asked, are there any visits to Germany in Year 12? So Miss Summer or somebody, if you can reply on the computer, you should be able to reply to the Q&A and respond to the questions we have. I apologise for those students at home trying to join. We are having some sound errors at the moment, so we can see the classroom. However, we don't unfortunately have any sound coming from there. And Miss Summer, I can see Miss Summer. Sister Miss Summer, German teacher. I still can't hear you. Our lovely Year 12 students, our lovely Year 12 German students are sat in the classroom ready to engage with the lesson. Hopefully I wonder if they know the answer. Ah, yellow.
Oh no!
Oh, we've got extra noise.
Just a simple switch.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Year 11. Nice to speak to you.
Is someone over to you now?
Okay, thank you. So you can hear me, Miss Say, yeah? You can confirm that. Can you hear us now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you just need a nice clearly.
Okay, brilliant. Right, we have a couple of minutes, literally. So the camera's moving though.
I think let's go. We've got noise for now.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll just go with sound. So, willkommen, Ella, Natalie und Natascha. Wann wurde DDR gegründet? Ella.
DDR wurde
Und wann ist die Berliner Mauer?
Miss Summer, you need to the microphone.
Not music. Have the next slide, please. Oh yeah, super. That's it. Okay. And in fact, could we have the next one? So we'll skip that and go straight on to this one. So here haben wir Hilda und Bertha. All of these are to Germany and the pre the Berlin Wall came down. So students at home have a go at this. Fast passport, what matches what? Nummer 1, der Plattenbau. Was ist das? Welches ist E? Meinst du E?
E.
Du meinst E. Ja, das ist E. Ja, das ist E, der Plattenbau. Was ist der Plattenbau?
Miss Sunman, sorry to interrupt. The sound really isn't very good. We can't hear you very well. I can see Mr. Fox Joyce in the classroom. To let you know, we can hear you slightly, but I think we need to get you closer to the microphone.
Okay, is that any better?
A bit more if possible.
That one? Yeah.
You can't really just.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Oh, that's much better, yes.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay. Was ist ein Plattenbau? Ella, kannst du bitte auf Deutsch erklären?
Der Plattenbau war ein Wort in der DDR, wo die meisten Bürger.
Super, ja. Was ist junge Pioniere? 7, junge Pioniere. Was ist das, Natascha?
Pioniere war eine Organisation für junge Lernen über die Stasi
Ja, das ist eine Jugendgruppe. Und Natalie, welches Bild ist das? A, B, C, ja, C. Sie sind junge Pioniere und das ist eine Jugendgruppe. Und noch eine. Thatcher. Was ist Thatcher? Welches Bild ist Thatcher, Ella?
I.
I, ja, I. Was ist eine Datsche, Ellen?
Eine Datsche war ein Sommerhaus, wo viele DDR-Bürger haben.
Yeah, good, super. So let's just go through those very quickly. Just call them out for me. We call out the letters. So Nummer 1, E. Nummer 2, F, das Sandmännchen. It's right at the end of our slides. Was ist das, das Sandmännchen? Natascha, kannst du erklären?
Es war ein Kinderprogramm.
Ja, das ist ein Charakter in einer Kindersendung. Ja, Stasi, welches Bild? A, B, C?
B.
4, 40. Jahrestag. J. 5, aktuelle Kamera. 6, Erich Honecker. 7, junge Pioniere. Kaufhalle. Datsche. Markt der DDR. Trabant. Okay, what was the next slide, please?
Miss Summer, I recognise the time. There's only 5 minutes left for the next session, so I think we'll need to go to answer Q&A now. Sorry, errors. There's a few questions that someone asked about textbooks that we're required to purchase or any recommendations. I'm not sure you could let the student know.
We couldn't understand that. Could you ask the question again, please?
So, are there any textbooks textbooks that we require to purchase, or are any that are recommended?
Textbooks,
Yes.
we will provide the textbook. No, we won't provide the textbook. Yeah, the textbook, they will receive details of which textbook to get. It's the edXL course book, but they will receive details, so they don't need to worry about that for now.
Someone's asked about how many lessons there will be in a week, roughly.
3 doubles in a week.
And what's the home workload like in terms of homework?
Students?
It's the same as every other subject.
Okay, the same as every other subject. So there is an expectation of a certain number of study hours that students will complete outside of the class, and that counts for all subjects. And Ella has said it's more or less the same as other subjects. Just like any other A-level subject, we do expect a lot of work to be done outside of the classroom.
Fabulous. And the last question, someone's asked about trips to Germany in year 12.
Okay, well, we always have done trips in the past. Obviously, with COVID, we haven't had trips for the last couple of years, really, isn't it? But it is certainly something we are very keen to get up and running. The last sixth form trip that we did was just before COVID, and our sixth formers went to Berlin. We have a partner school in Berlin that we've had a link with for many years. So we've got really well-established links. As soon as COVID allows, we will be getting these trips up and running again. Oh, there you go. There is one planned for November for sixth form.
Yeah.
And that's a sixth form trip. So there's a sixth form trip planned for November. That will be open to 12s and 13s.
Excellent. And the question here is about class sizes.
About what, sorry?
Class size.
Class size
It's very
so
small.
yeah, small. Our current class size is five. Our year 13s were 7. So it varies. Small classes in German, and that's scary in some respects because it means you have to speak more, but it's really good. Would you agree that it means you get loads and loads of practice as a class? So you can see the students are nodding. They like the fact that the classes are small because you get lots of individual help.
Fabulous. Thank you. I think I recognise I know we've got to move to the next session starting. I apologise for those students at home. We did have a delay. Thank you, German students, for your time. If someone, please, could you mute the microphone during the changeover?
Yeah, bye everybody, and I hope to see you in September. Sorry it was a bit rushed, but you've got
Sorry, yes, sorry, students, and we hope that we'll be able to get this sorted. Okay, now I can see we've got a number of attendees in the room ready for Spanish. Students that have just joined us in Spanish, Ms. Atini, you'll need to turn your microphone on, and when you are talking, you'll need to make sure you stand close to the microphone and talk. And students that are in the classrooms, so current year 12s, you will need to talk loudly and clearly. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the content slide so people can see the classroom. Miss Sartini, you might want to, you can then I'll send you live.
Okay, I think we're ready.
Yes. Okay, so I can see, you should be able to see, I can see you, Miss Sartini, see the students, and I can see the slides.
Yes. Okay. Should we start? Ok, vamos a empezar. Hola, soy señora Artini. Aquí tenemos a Lenny, Maya y Jenna. Ok, vamos a empezar. Ok, quick starter, chicos. Vamos a hablar de Volver hoy. La película que habéis visto para el Transition Work, ¿vale? Y un pequeño starter. Vas a escribir en el chat algo de las películas españolas. Por ejemplo, this is actually the wrong version of the PowerPoint, but we'll just deal with this. So, in el chat vais a escribir algo de las películas. Tell me what kind of films you like in español, or your favorite film, or a Spanish film that you've seen, okay? Lainey, Maya, and Jenna are going to prepare the stuff as well. Just give you 1 minute to type that into the chat. You can tell me either the types of films you like and why, your favorite film and why, or tell me if you've seen a Spanish film and what's it called. I'm going to give you 1 minute for this. You ready, Lainey, Maya, and Jenna? ¿Tenéis unas frases separadas? I'm looking forward to seeing your answers in the chat. Vamos, chicos.
So students at home, you can type in the Q&A. So when you click on the right-hand side, there's a question mark. If you click on that, there's a live Q&A. You can then type your answers in the Q&A, and I will publish it to Mrs. Artini. For those at home, type in the Q&A, and then I'll share your answer.
Type your answer in. So while we're waiting for the answers to come in, maybe they want to hear some inspiration. Lainey, háblame de una película.
Me gustan las películas de animación y mi favorito es Tangled porque creo que es la mejor película.
Muy bien, Tangled, te gusta un poco de Disney, ¿no? Maya, ¿tu película?
Pues a mí me encantan las películas de terror y de blanco. Y una película española que me gusta mucho es Todo sobre mí, de terror.
El mejor director, ¿no?
Sí. Me gustan películas de terror también. Creo que
The Shining, una película clásica. Can't see any responses yet.
One student has posted Super Lopez.
Go on live event Q&A. I can't see anything, Miss Saya.
Sorry, we lost the sound a second there. That went a little bit. But one student I've published a response in the Q&A. Someone's typed. I had more coming through now. Okay, so I'm going to publish. We've got 4 answers coming in.
Got it. Oh, love that, Vanessa. Has visto Mar Adentro. I love that, Vanessa. Una muy buena película. Y tiene Javier Bardem. Muy guapo, ¿no? Y... Okay, 2 of our friends in the mic. Okay, don't worry, I'll stay close to it now. Okay, someone anonymous has said they prefiero leer los libros. Me flipan las películas de ciencia ficción. Super Lopez. Maybe someone could explain what Super Lopez is. I'm guessing that's the name of the film. Okay, so we've got a few answers there. Let's move on then, Miss Saya, please. Next slide. So, this is the película Volver de Pedro Almodóvar que vamos a estudiar en A-Level. La actriz principal es Penelope Cruz, who we see here. Next slide, please, Miss Saya. Okay, so tenemos aquí algunas fotos de la película de Raimunda, la personaje principal. Y viendo estas fotos, y en un minuto vamos a ver el trailer, vamos a hablar de lo que pensamos de esta película, los temas, de qué se trata. Vamos a hablar de lo que pensamos, ¿ok? Entonces, Miss Thea, there's a link on the next slide. I think this PowerPoint is slightly different to, yeah, if we could go on there. I think you might need to click on share sound when it comes up on the share screen mode. Don't worry if it's not working, Miss Thea. We can just do without. It's not going to work.
I'm having to click several buttons to get this working, but I'm getting there. Should working. I'm pulling it up now. Sound?
No, it's just kind of scrambled, so let's just leave it. You can't really see it. It's just like scrambled the screen. So let's just leave it. We can do without.
Okay, I'll change back to PowerPoint.
Sorry, Miss Thea. Let's go back one slide, 2 slides, Miss Thea, please. And wonderful. Thank you. So looking at those photos, and if si has hecho tu transition work, sabes ya de qué se trata y has visto ya el trailer, si has hecho el transition trabajo, viendo las fotos entonces, en vuestra opinión, ¿de qué se trata? ¿De qué trata la película? ¿Qué ves? ¿Cómo te parece la película? I'm going to give you un minuto para escribir en el Q&A, and our students, nuestros estudiantes van a escribir también unas frases. Viendo las fotos, ¿de qué trata la película? ¿De qué trata la película? Algunos temas. Anything you see, looking at those photos, what do you think it could be about? Type that into the chat, into the Q&A, and our students are going to be doing the same. And now at GCSE, you're very used to describing a photo, so you should be able to look at these pictures and describe what you see. Okay, so Lainey, ¿de qué trata la película en tu opinión, viendo las fotos?
Creo que trata de un asesinato y una familia de mujeres.
Sí, de mujeres, una familia, un asesinato. Sí, ¿algo más?
Creo que se trata de una muerte y una relación entre
Muy bien, las relaciones, ¿no? Y claro, una muerte porque vemos mucha sangre, ¿no? En el cuchillo. ¿Pena?
pues veo 2 imágenes de creo que un grupo de mujeres.
Sí, un grupo de mujeres, ¿no? Vemos una familia, una madre, una hija, Sole, la tía Sole, ¿no? Y la abuela Irene, ¿ok? Y vemos aquí un cuchillo con mucha sangre. Vemos también música, ¿no? Porque realmente está cantando con las guitarras, está cantando el flamenco, ¿no? Okay, next go on 2 slides for me, please, Michelle.
Some students have posted their responses in the chat.
Have they? Oh, fantastic. Oh, I've just seen them. We've seen, Perdida de alguien querido. I love that, Anonymous, whoever's written that. Perdida de alguien querido. Oh, we don't know. ¿Es Paco querido? No, la verdad es que no es nada querido, but good guess. I like that. Creo que se trata de desigualdades entre hombres y mujeres. Interesante. Ok, so tenemos aquí 6 temas, 6 temas que película. If you've done your transition work, your pre-reading, your pre-work, you should know this very well. I'm just going to give you not even 1 minute, 20 segundos. Have a quick look at this, 20 seconds, to see what could be missing. All right, Miss Saya is going to slowly take away those words. She's going to click and see if it was what you thought for our 6 themes that we're going to be talking about next year. 6 temas importantes. Muy bien. Gracias, Miss Saya. Next slide. Okay. Ahora vamos a ver el vocabulario para hablar de una película. These words are very important to describe a film. Okay. I'm just going to give you 1 minute in your head to quickly match up the español con el inglés, and then you're going to see with Jenna, Maya, and Lainey how they're going to answer some questions, how they're going to turn that vocab into full sentences para describir la película.
Miss Artini, you have 1 minute left before the Q&A, so 1 minute and then it will be Q&A time.
All right, they've got 5 seconds then, 5 segundos, and we're going to move on to moving on those words into some frases, ¿vale? Okay, next slide, Miss Saya. Okay, I'm going to ask, I'm going to start with Jenna this time. Jenna, ¿cuál es el tema más importante para ti en Volver?
En mi opinión, creo que el tema más importante es la muerte. En la película se puede ver la importancia de la muerte en el pueblo, especialmente en los ritos y costumbres, y la idea como muerte es una idea aceptada.
Fantástico, Jenna. Exacto, los ritos de la muerte, la cultura de la muerte, la importancia de superstición y ritos. Muy bien, Jenna, fantástico. Maya, ¿quién es tu personaje favorito y por qué?
Para mí, mi personaje favorito es Agustina, ya que siempre ha sido una persona amorosa, tierna y llena de vida, a pesar de todo lo que pasa en ella.
Oh, la pobre, la pobre. Y Lainey, ¿qué has aprendido sobre la cultura española de la película?
He aprendido que hay pueblos como La Mancha, donde la comunidad es muy amable y a menudo es anticuado y da muchos besos.
Muchos besos, los besos sonoros, ¿no? Fantástico. All right, we're going to move on to some Q&A now then.
One question's been asked already. How long is the Spanish exam?
How long is the Spanish exam? Okay, well, the Spanish exam is in 3 parts. I'll just answer this one, I think, from these 3. I don't want to overwhelm them. The Spanish exam is in 3 parts. We've got paper 1, the listening, reading, and translation, and we're looking at 2 hours for that, or 1 hour 40 really. So that's where you're doing listening, reading, and then you're translating into English. But the fantastic thing about that exam is that you've got the audio yourself on your own headphones. You can fast forward, rewind, and pause it whenever you want, not like GCSE, so that's happy day. Paper 2, you've got a writing. Now, this sounds like a very long time. It's 2 hours 40, but in that time you need to write 2 very small essays. They're only 350 words max, which is nothing. You can easily do that, and a translation into Spanish. And the last paper is the oral. Now, this also sounds crazy, but let me break it down for you. It's 21 to 23 minute oral, but that also includes 5-minute preparation time. Okay, so it sounds like a very long time, but it's really not too long. And remember that the most part of the oral, the second part, is actually on a topic you have chosen. I've not chosen it for you. You get to talk about whatever you want. So could you maybe it would be good to quickly explain the second part of the oral, why it's quite cool?
Yeah, so basically the second part we do this thing called an independent research project. So at the minute for our practice one, we were given 2 articles on Frida Kahlo, and we had to read through them, like analyse them and summarise them, form an introduction, and then we had to make 10 findings about what we find.
Exactly, so it's their first time doing the oral. I've helped them with it this time, but next time they choose their own topic and you can do it on whatever you want.
Fabulous. Someone asked, what are the Spanish writing questions like?
What are the writing questions like? I'll give you an example, and then these 3 can tell you what they're like. You'll have the writing is only about the book and the film. Okay, so it'll be a question about Volver, and it will be something like to analyze the importance of the setting in Volver, or analyze how the themes show the characters in Volver. And the other writing question is about the book we study. We don't study that till year 13, and that is Crónica de una muerte anunciada. And that's all you write about, just the book and the film. Could you explain how you find the questions?
Well,
I find they're quite the themes are quite clear, so I don't think they're too hard to write about. Just because they can also fit into lots of other like themes. So yeah, it's not super hard.
Not super hard, and it's only 300 to 350 words, which really is absolutely nothing, really, is it? A side of A4. Any more?
And there's a question about what class size are like.
Class sizes, they do vary, but we normally, this year we've got 9, the year before we had 6, the year before that we had 13, so small classes generally, a really nice size, we have a really nice relationship in our class, don't we? How do you find the class sizes?
Yeah, we really like it. We like the fact that we're all so close.
Yeah, it means you get a lot of time one-on-one with me and with makers. It means you get really in-depth marked essays, and it just means we have a really nice community, which is especially nice for our trips, when we go on trips together, have a small little community together.
2 more quick questions, Miss, then we'll need to change. What textbooks are required? Are they expensive?
What textbooks? Got the EdExcel textbook. They're about £20, but we do have plenty in the department that you can borrow if you want.
Excellent. And last one is, are we just going to be looking at Spain, or do you study Latin America too?
You can take this one.
Okay, so most of the modules that we do are based on Spain, but it's also open to Latin America as well. The music unit that we do is on Spain and Latin America, and also the festival topic.
Yeah, exactly. Festivals, music, dance, and food, and media. Is all Latin America as well. We talk a lot about Latin America, and also the Crónica book we study is set in Colombia.
Amazing. Thank you, Miss, and thank you, Year 12 students. Is there anything you want to say to finish off?
Anything you want to say?
Yeah, we think we really enjoy it.
They really enjoy it, and they think you should study it, is what they say.
Thank you, Miss. So thank you, students who joined us for the Spanish section. We're now going to be pausing, and it's going to be we're just looking out at the next session, which is French. So whilst we do a quick changeover in the classroom, students are joining for the French session, which will start in 3 minutes' time. If there are any questions you have about French, please type them in now, and I will cover them at the end, and I'll ask Ms. Galbert for those. Okay, so shortly we're going to be starting the session. I can see some Year 12 French students. Year 12 French students, wave. You can hear me. Fantastic. Hello, Year 12 students. Ms. Galbert, you will need to unmute the microphone.
That's done. And
Fabulous. You'll also, when you're talking, you'll need to stand near the mic because we can't hear very well. And students, if you're responding to a question, you really need to kind of shout so we can hear.
Can you hear me now when I speak? Is that okay?
A little bit louder if possible, a little bit closer because it is very loud. And I'm going to pass you over. And if you wanted to come to the front of the screen, Miss, and introduce yourself, I can send that live.
When do you want me to do this now?
If you wanted to come on the screen and introduce yourself, so the people at home can see.
Okay, just let me know when we're starting.
Yeah, we've started this already. You're live.
Hey. I hope you can see me. I'm Miss Galbert. Je m'appelle Madame Galbert. Je suis française de la Martinique et j'ai hâte de vous voir en septembre. Alors, on va commencer. Je me mets derrière mon écran. If you can start the slide, Miss. Alors, on va commencer avec la musique francophone. Qu'est-ce que c'est la musique francophone, Tina?
La musique francophone est la musique.
La musique française dans les pays où on parle français. Okay? Donc, c'est peut-être le Sénégal, le Cameroun, la Côte d'Ivoire, etc. Merci, Native. Alors, c'est du, de la ou des. Je vous donne 30 secondes. J'écoute de la musique, j'écoute du rock. Par exemple, qu'est-ce que tu as comme réponse, Brianna?
Du jazz.
Alors, tu as dit du jazz. Ensuite, Lucie. Du hip-hop, oui. Ensuite, Native. De l'électro, oui. Leila. Du rock, d'accord. Et quel est ton type de musique préférée, Native?
J'aime le coupé décalé, ça
Oui.
vient du Côte d'Ivoire.
Oui.
J'aime écouter la musique là.
Alors, le coupé décalé, c'est une musique francophone de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et pourquoi tu aimes la musique?
Parce que ça me donne l'envie de danser.
Envie de danser, excellent. Et qu'est-ce que tu aimes comme musique, Leila?
J'écoute de rail, c'est la musique d'origine. Je trouve que c'est très.
Alors, Leila écoute du rail, c'est de la musique algérienne parce que c'est divertissant. Next slide, miss. Next one, please. Again. And again. Alors, on voit du rock. Could you go back to the one before? Alors, j'écoute du rock, du hip-hop, du jazz, du blues, etc. As you can see, it's things that you would have done possibly in year 10 and 11, and then we just go back through everything to make sure that you reach the right level by the end of year 12 and 13. Next slide, miss. OK, vous avez 30 secondes pour essayer de vous souvenir de tous les mots. Vous faites la même chose à la maison. You can do the same at home. Try and remember as many words as possible in 30 seconds. Go. Trois, deux, un. Qui veut commencer? Native? Tu veux pas commencer? Leila? Les paroles, oui. Tina, rapidement. Le rap. Dégoûtant, oui. En général, on ne dit pas dégoûtant pour la musique, on dit souvent ça pour la nourriture. Ennuyeux peut-être. Amusant, oui. Mélancolique, divertissant, etc. Donc, ce sont les adjectifs que vous allez utiliser. Tina, est-ce que tu peux faire une phrase sur la musique en utilisant les adjectifs?
Je mets une musique, une chanson rythmique, avec de la musique, le rap, la musique classique et les paroles.
Et toi, qu'est-ce que tu aimes comme musique?
Oh, j'aime de la variété française.
La variété française? Donc, tu écoutes de la variété française? Pourquoi?
Oui, parce que c'est agréable.
Oui.
Le chanteur Céline Dion, elle a une voix incroyable.
Elle a une voix incroyable. Merci. Next slide, miss. So as you can see, we use obviously this is going much quicker than usual, but you use all the adjectives that we've learned to build up a sentence, and to give a reason why you would like a type of music.
on a déjà fait cette. Next slide, please. So Tina just remembered the words, and everyone remembered a few words. Now in lesson, this is what we will do. We will have a text. Obviously, we don't have the time, but just to show you the range of tasks that we might do. You have a text here with, it's called le sondage. It's a survey, and you have an exercise. And the challenge here is you have to justify your answers. So it's a true and false exercise to make sure that you understand. We have comparisons here in the answers and in the true or false exercise. Next slide, miss. And again, you can see that you have the answers and also the challenge when you can justify all your answers. Okay, so every lesson will give you a chance to support some with an exercise, but also to challenge others as well with a challenge task. Next slide, miss.
I will try and play with sound, but sound has been a bit temperamental, so I'll give it a go.
Okay, thank you. We're only watching 1 minute of this. And if you could put the subtitles as well, that would be great. We can't hear anything. Miss, we can't really hear anything, but maybe if you can put the subtitles. Miss, we don't have any sound, but maybe you can put the subtitles.
Oh, sorry. I thought you could. Oh. Oh no.
That's fine. We only do it for 30 seconds to make sure that we don't waste time. But if you put the subtitles, it might work. Okay, as there is no sign, I can just talk you through it. This is called un jour une question, and I use that a lot in my lesson. So it's a question asked by a French student or child, and they could range for immigration, from environment, from family. Just a question, and then they explain in simple words because it's for children, French-speaking children. They explain and they reply to the questions. So we do that regularly, probably every 2 lessons. And to support, it's quite fast. So to support students, we do put the subtitles as well. But it's really interesting. And when you come in September, you will have the opportunity to listen to these questions and answers on a regular basis. Next one, please, Miss. Okay, so la fête de la musique. On va parler de la fête de la musique. Next one, Miss. Next slide, Miss. OK, so maintenant, vous avez un texte sur la fête de la musique le 21 juin. C'est un festival francophone dans plusieurs villes françaises. Je vous donne quelques secondes. Bien sûr, en classe, vous aurez le temps de lire. Of course, in class, you will have a longer time to read. And I don't know if some of you know about La Fête de la Musique. You can write in the chat if you knew about it or if you've been to it as well. It's fantastic. But I have a few questions for the students. So, Miss, if you can go to the next slide, one by one. Alors, quand est célébrée la Fête de la Musique? When is it celebrated? C'est quand?
La fête de la musique a lieu le 21 juin.
Le 21 juin, excellent, le 21 juin. Donc, c'était lundi, 21 juin, cette semaine. Ensuite, quelle est l'origine de la fête de la musique?
Il a été
Oui, ça a été par le ministre de la Culture. Oui, très bien. Comment s'appelle le ministre de la Culture? Jack Lang. Très bien, à l'époque, oui. Ensuite, elle est célébrée dans combien de pays francophones?
C'est célébré dans 30 pays francophones, mais 120 pays.
Ok, donc dans le monde, 120 pays célèbrent la fête de la musique et 30 pays francophones. Donc c'est une grande fête. Ensuite, next one, please. Pourquoi ce festival est-il accessible à tous? Why is it accessible for everyone, do you think?
Tout le monde peut s'en alors,
Oui, alors tout le monde peut participer. So if you go to France, everyone can participate. Aussi, la ville, la mairie, crée des concerts gratuits. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire gratuit? Free concert. C'est pour ça. Donc c'est accessible à tout le monde. Next slide, Miss.
So, Miss, we are now sadly running out of time, so it'll be the Q&A now. We have one question typed into the Q&A already,
Yes.
so I'll read that, and then any other students who are at home, I can see we have a small handful of students. If you'd like to type into the Q&A about any questions you have about French, I'll then ask Miss and I'll publish it. So the first question, are there any French trips?
So the French trip haven't happened this year, obviously, because of COVID, but we are planning some for next year if we are allowed.
And where do you normally go, Miss?
In the past, year 12 have been to France.
Thank you. And there's questions at the moment currently coming in, but any students, there are still a handful of students at home. Is there anything students should be aware about the course or anything they should be preparing with transition resources?
Okay, so I have put transition resources. So there is a short task to do every week. So if you go on Firefly, and thank you for those who are already sending me emails with the answers back. Sometimes someone emailed me and said, I'm not fluent in French. You are not expected at all to be fluent in French. Am I right? Yeah. And so not at all. So we have several levels and we support everyone. And at some point, I will put some summer work. It's already there on Firefly. So if you go through the work sent on Firefly, all of this is to support you in September. And I've also put some summer work as well.
Someone has asked, how does GCSE French differ from A-level French?
Okay, so it differs quite a lot. So the topics can be quite similar. So the first one that we do, for example, in the first unit is about family. But instead of just talking about I get on well with or I don't get on well that you do in GCSE, it's a lot more in depth. And what we do is we talk about the different type of family. So moving on from the traditional family to family homoparental, monoparental, single family, etc. So it's more diverse and it's more in depth. But obviously, we give you all the tools along the way to be able to reach that level.
Someone has asked, are lessons solely in French?
No, the lessons are not only in French. Especially when we start, so I tend to give instructions in French and to build the confidence for everyone. We're not expecting you to come from GCSE and speak fluent French in a lesson. So no, we're building this thing up. When you speak French to start with, it's things that you would have prepared at home. And towards the end, now with my year 12, I said, okay, you have to have permission to ask, so that's after a whole year, to ask permission to speak English. And they do it. So it's single sentences or they go back to English, etc. We're building up the confidence to speak French in lesson and they are managing. Okay. Yeah. And if they can't, they don't know the words, they ask me. We're there to support each other.
And there's a question, what are the exams like? What's the structure of the exams?
So you have 3 papers for the exam. You have paper 3 being the speaking that some of you have done this week already on you. So the speaking, to help you with the speaking, you have a French assistant that you see on a weekly basis, and you prepare a research-based project as well. You have writing with the translation for paper 2, and for the writing, you have to write an essay on a book. The book that we study is Noé Moi. You can go back on Firefly. I've put some example of Noé Moi there. and also the film is called Les Intouchables. Again, go on Firefly to check. So you have an essay to write on a book and on a film. Paper 1 is the listening and reading. So that's 3 papers. One.
Two quick questions before the end. So one student, Ivy, has asked, did you want us to send all of our answers for everything on the transition work?
Ideally, you can send me as much work as you can, if so I can support you as well. So that would be great. So I sent you an email 2 days ago, and to everyone who have showed interest in this course, to say, please look at the Firefly work. This is all there to support you. And also send me the answers or any questions, or you can write in a forum as well. I've done this, and my favorite part was something to show that you are getting on with this, and please do ask any questions.
Thank you. And the last question is, how many lessons of French do you have a week?
3 lessons, 3 double lessons a week, and we have 2 teachers. So there is me, and there is another teacher called Miss Avolape.
Lovely. Thank you ever so much, Ms. Macbeth. Thank you, Year 12 students. We're going to now move on and transition for the next presentation, which is further maths.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, students. Hello, Mr. Frost. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Frost, please can you unmute the microphone at the computer?
Okay, can you hear us?
Lovely, I can hear you. What I'm going to do is, students at home, we've got 13 students currently in the further math session. Mr. Frost, please, you'd like to introduce yourself and the lovely Year 12 students you have with you, and then I'll put your PowerPoint on.
Okay,
All good.
good to go.
Yes.
All right, hello. I'm Mr. Frost. I'm head of Key Stage 5 Maths at Langley Park School for Girls. This is Ella, Zoe, Salma have joined us today to run through a few bits of further maths, just a little introduction to one of the topics. So if we can click on. Okay, so I've called this session Use Your Imagination. If you've looked around your maths a little bit, you might have an idea of why that is. It's kind of something that doesn't come up at GCSE and you don't encounter it until further maths A level, but there's a little clue in there. For today's session, you're going to need to be good at simplifying surds. So a little bit of practice just for a couple of minutes to remind yourselves of your surds techniques. If you wouldn't mind having a go as well.
Students at home, if you wanted to answer, I'm not sure you type in or a bit harder with some of the maths simplifying it. You can use the Q&A to engage and ask any questions or type answers in.
Okay, hopefully you've had a bit of time just to think about it. You might not have got the answers just yet, but it looks like our students here are pretty much on it. So we'll just have a quick talk through those because you'll need those ideas for the main bit of the day. Salma, do you want to do the first one for me?
I've separated it into
Very nice. Excellent. So hopefully that's familiar to everyone. Zoe, do you want to do the next one? Okay, Ella, go for it.
So for root 6 times root 8 and into root 48, which is equal to root 12 and root 4, root 12.
Is.
And then to simplify it further, you can simplify root 12 into root 4 and root 3.
Very nice. 2.6 root 3. Very nice. Do you fancy the third one?
So I simplified root 200 over root 50 into root 2 times root 100 over root 2 times root 25. That is 10 root 2 over 5 root 2, which is
It's just 2. So your root 2's cancel. 10 divided by 5. 2. Very nice. Anyone do a slightly quicker way of that? Don't know if you've got time to answer at home, but you might spot a slightly quicker way to do that. What's 200 divided by 50? 200 divided by 50 is 4. And as they're both under a root, you can just divide them straight away, like we did with the timesing. You just divide the two numbers if they're both under root. Root 4 is 2. Job done. A little bit quicker. Okay, very nice. Okay, if we could click on to the next slide, please. Okay, so what we're going to introduce today, it's a whole different branch of mathematics that you don't see anywhere in the rest of your GCSE or A-level maths. I'm just going to introduce you to a mathematician that you may not have come across before. Anyone heard of Gerolamo Cardano? No, so he is one of the lesser known great mathematicians. He's probably best known for his work called Ars Magna, otherwise known as The Great Art. And I don't know if you can see on the title, it says underneath, Sine de Regulis Algebraicus, which means the rules of algebra. So what he basically did in the 1500s was lay out at that stage in history all of the rules for how you can approach algebraic manipulation, especially focused on solving different types of equations. I think they were pretty good at linear and quadratic equations, so up to your kind of GCSE level, but the kind of stuff that you move on into A level with your cubics and even quartics and things like that, he was really exploring different methods of how you could do that, and it was a very, very influential book. We're not focused on that for today. We're just going to pick out one little quotation, which I absolutely love. So he said, at just one random point in this text, and I don't think he knows what he started when he wrote it, dismissing mental tortures and multiplying 5 plus the square root of minus 15 by 5 minus the square root of minus 15, we obtain, and if you're good at difference of two squares, you'll appreciate why you obtain this. Imagine the pairs of brackets, 25 minus minus 15. And then you get your minus minus, so it adds to 40. So therefore the product is 40. Why is he dismissing mental torture with that statement? That's it. So up until that point in history, no one had tried to square root a negative number. They just said, it's not possible, you cannot do it. And he just supposed, well, let's assume, like it does our heads in, but let's assume that you can, and maths still seems to work. And thus was born this whole branch of mathematics, which has gone on to become possibly one of the most significant developments. If you take your physics further, and I'm talking like way further than I've gone, in things like quantum mechanics and all of the highest level fields of physics, they would not exist without this branch of mathematics. It wouldn't be possible. If we could click on, please. So yeah, just a very brief introduction. The branch of mathematics that I'm talking about is called complex numbers, and it's all based around the idea that we can square root a negative number. It starts with the principle that the square root of minus 1 is called I. So we just decide that we can do it, and if we're going to do a square root of minus 1, we're just going to call it this kind of single unit I. Anyone know what the I stands for? Feel free to type in at home if you do know. Yeah? Imaginary, very nice. So I is an imaginary number. It doesn't exist in the real world, but it can exist as a concept in mathematics and turned out to have massive repercussions and practical applications. So yeah, that's why it would be known as imaginary, because it's not a real number, and we've come across the term real numbers, so this is the opposite of real numbers. If you put an imaginary number with a real number, you get a complex number. So 2 plus I would be a real bit with an imaginary bit, and that's complex. So all we've really got time for, I've got a couple of minutes. I want to write the square root of 16, minus 16, very important, in terms of I. I'm going to use the same techniques we've just been doing. So think about what we were just doing with our simplifying surds. Think about the fact that to get an I, we need the square root of minus 1 is I. So we're going to have to share ideas on as we go, I'm afraid. So, any ideas? What can I do to split this up?
Split it into root 16 times 3 minus 1.
Very nice. So exactly the same sorts of things that we do with simplifying surds. If I split it into the square root of 16 times the square root of minus 1, what could I then call it? 4 root minus 1. So that's the simplifying surds. And the root minus 1 I call 5. So we get 4, 5. So that is how we square root negative numbers. Looks like we've got time to squeeze in just one more. So the square root of minus 15. Times root 50, yeah. nice. So that's root 25 times root 2, so we can call it 5 root 2. What do you think I do with the root minus 1? Turn into I. Yeah, I'm going to stick it on the end because we tend to treat that as like a coefficient, and that is almost like algebra. Okay, so that's a very brief little introduction. Complex numbers. Okay, does anyone have any questions? If you don't have any questions, you've got about 5 minutes to maybe practice. Oh, thank you.
Sorry, sir. Students, if you're at home and you'd like to ask a question, please type questions in the Q&A. I can then send them out to Sir. One student, Ivy, has been responding. I think she's like 3 root 2 and some of the starters. Looks like she was on the right task. So well done, Ivy, for engaging there. So if there's any questions, please type it in. I will then speak to Sir. But one of the questions we've had so far, Sir, is about textbooks. It's come up a couple of times. So is there a textbook for further maths?
There is, yep. So the course for further maths, we do, in the first year, we do the full A-level course, and we use the standard A-level textbooks for that, which are provided to students. You can buy your own copy because we do tend to take the first year back at the end of the course and then give you the second year book. For further maths, you will get 2 different core textbooks. So it's one exam, but there are 2 different textbooks, one for the first year of the course, one for the second year of the course, and that's all your pure math stuff. And then the 2 modules that you sit, which will either be decision maths, which is kind of like computing style stuff, computing and business maths. You've got statistics, which hopefully speaks for itself, but very useful in lots of subjects. And you've got mechanics, which is your physicsy style maths, and you'll have separate textbooks for each of those units.
Thank you, Sir. Someone has asked, how much harder is A-level further maths than GCSE maths and further maths?
So A-level maths is definitely, I think you'll agree, a step up. The way that we do the further maths here is that the students sit the full A-level maths with twice as many lessons as single maths students in the first year of the course. By the time they've gone through that, they are more than ready to tackle further maths A-level. So it is big progression, but you get a lot of contact time, a lot of support, and a lot of lesson time to work through this content. So you'll be astonished how much your level improves over the course of a year. And then by the second year, by year 13, you'll be well ready for the further maths content.
Thanks, Sir. A question is, how many lessons a week?
We've got the 2-week timetable, but it breaks down to 6 double periods a week of further maths. So it is a very heavy commitment. It's the equivalent of 2 full A-levels and takes up the time of 2 full A-levels, plus independent work outside. So it is a commitment that you've got to be ready for. It's very high paced, but very, very enjoyable as well if you like your maths.
Fabulous. Someone has asked, how long are the exams and what's the format of the exams?
So for A-level maths, your final exams are 3 2-hour papers. There are 2 pure exams, which is all your algebra and graph work of 2 hours. And then the third exam is split between mechanics and statistics. For the further maths, you've got a 2-hour pure exam. 2 2-hour pure exams for the full A-level, and then a 2-hour exam in each of the applied modules. So it's quite heavily examined at the end of the course, but you will be ready for it.
Someone's asked about the class sizes for further maths.
Very much depends on numbers. This year's further maths class was 6 students, very nice number of students to work with, meant we get a lot of extra attention, all very able mathematicians, so we get to work through things at quite a fast pace. I think the biggest that we've had here has been around 10 or 12 students, so it's usually very small class sizes, which is very good because it's quite hard.
Fabulous. And the last question, what jobs can further maths get you?
Pretty much anything really. So maths is one of those most transferable subjects in terms of the subjects that it will help you with at higher education. The list is almost endless. It's everything from sciences through to business, economics, things like computing, architecture. Basically, the list is pretty much endless. If you want to do engineering, further maths is a must, really. You do a much higher level of mathematics in engineering. So if you want to do a maths degree or an engineering degree, it's not essential, but it does help you along the way and will make the transition to university much easier. In terms of jobs later on, I would argue that further maths itself doesn't add a particular sort of career path, but it's certainly, because it's very academically rigorous, is one of the most respected A-levels in academic circles and in employment. So if you go into something in a mathematical field, it will definitely be a very big gold star on your application.
Fabulous. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Year 12 students. That's the end of the session now. So thank you those that joined.
Thank you. Bye.
So if you could now mute your microphone, we'll get the transition ready.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, fabulous. So we're nearly ready to start. I can see we've got 53 attendees in the session. I'm just going to put Mr. Frost and the students live on the screen. And then students, the idea, those of you at home, thank you for joining us on this slightly wet Friday morning. We're going to be going through maths now, and Mr. Frost will go through, it has a short lesson content planned. You can then ask questions and you can type in the Q&A. So you can respond to the questions Sir might ask, or you can then type some questions that will go through in the Q&A. So Mr. Frost, you're live, over to you. You want to introduce, and I'll get your slides up.
Right. Hello there, I'm Mr. Frost. I'm head of Key Stage 5 Maths at Langley Park School for Girls. I'm joined by Isabella, Monica and Moye to do a little bit of maths with you today and just give you a little flavour of what to expect when you come in September. Would you be able to click on to next slide, please? Thank you. So, little question, I'm going to put you on the spot. Not a hard question, hopefully. So, I'm going to be thinking about trigonometry. There's a massive clue in the title, and hopefully lots of you at home know lots and lots of things about trigonometry already. So, we're just going to check what sort of things we know about trigonometry already. So, what rules can you think of that connect sides and angles of a triangle? Let's have one each. So we're thinking sort of congruent triangles and similar triangles and things like that.
Triangle.
The sine rule, very nice. Cosine rule, excellent. What else might connect angles and sides? That's 2 out of 4 that I'm looking for. Pythagoras would just be sides, but it is very important, and we will actually be using it in our session today because of all of the right angle triangle stuff to do with triangles. So if you're thinking right angle triangles, Sokotoa style stuff with right angle triangles and trigonometry, very nice. And one little thing, doesn't have to be, Isabella. One more little thing connects to your trigonometry and triangles. Maybe do with the space inside your shape. Area of a triangle. Okay, so we've got all of these formulas relating triangles to trigonometry. And the trigonometry side of it, like we've got Pythagoras to connect together sides of a triangle, but that only works for right angles, so it's quite limited. As soon as we start thinking about more complex situations, we will need to start working with our trigonometry, and that's the main thing that we use it for when it starts to get introduced. As you are all aware, you take your trigonometry to a whole nother level during the course of the A level, especially in the second year of the course. In the first year, you will heavily use your sine rule, cosine rule, Sokotoa will just keep coming up all over the place. And then you will have seen some stuff at home about at GCSE about graphs of trigonometric functions and things like that, and that all gets very heavily extended in the first year of the course. So if we could click on, got a problem to look at. So it's a very simple looking problem. Just for those of you at home, you've all experienced this now. But one of the things at A level is you get very innocent looking questions that might have a lot more to them than you expect. So we've got a triangle, we've given 2 of the sides, we are missing 1 side. All we know about this triangle is that it has an area of 88 square units. So I'm going to give you, and everyone at home, you should have the skills to have a go at this. I will say to everyone, this is intended as a non-calculator question. Just saying, if you want to use a calculator, feel free, but it is possible without a calculator. I'll give you a couple of minutes just thinking about it. You won't have time to finish the question, but you might have time to get some ideas together about how you would approach it. If you have any ideas at home, we're just going to start sharing some ideas, not answers or anything like that. But if you've got an idea of how to start the problem, feel free to put it into the chat, and Miss Saya can shout your answer out or your idea out. It'll be very useful. One more minute. Okay, we haven't got long, so we're going to start thinking about it. Don't worry if you haven't finished it yet. It is a big problem, a lot bigger than it looks to start with. So we know that the area is 88. How did you start off? I want to start off.
The area, like, full.
Yep.
Yeah. Half times A times 2.
Very nice. So we know we've got an area. Area of the triangle will be half AB sine C. Can you put that into an equation for me?
So half, well, 88 equals 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, my bad. Thank you. Times.
22.
Yeah.
The y is defined. So the side B is the y, but it's on the angle.
The angle is.
The angle
Opposite the y. That's it. Yeah, perfect. Just leave that extra word in there. So I'm going to call it theta. So you might not have come across theta before. It's the Greek letter for th. They have their own letter for th. So the th sound, it was just Greek letter, but we use it a lot for angles at A level. So I might as well stick it in there now. So we're going to have half times 10 times 22 times sine theta, and then we can start solving and rearranging. So we get 220, half of that is 110, and then if we bring that across to the other side, 88. 110 equals sine theta. Does anyone
Has written that already in the chat as well, so one student has used your half AB symbol.
Very nice. Well done to those at home. Good stuff. Did anyone do anything with that fraction? Simplify it down to 4/5. Okay, so at this point, we could reach for our calculators, inverse sine, and find angle theta, and get some horrible recurring decimal. But in your pure maths at A level, as you know, we like to keep everything exact. So I'm going to leave that sine theta there. Now, this is a really nice little trick that you don't tend to use at GCSE, but will help you enormously throughout the A-level maths. What can I do with this? So I've got sine as a fraction. In fact, it might be easier to think about what I need to do next to find y. What rule am I going to use to find y? 3 sides, cosine rule. So if I've got 3 sides and the opposite angle, I need the cosine rule. So that would give me y squared equals 10 squared plus 22 squared. I've left enough space. So y squared equals 10 squared plus 22 squared minus 2 times 10 times 22 cos theta. Okay, so what's the problem with that? We don't have cos theta. This is where the sneaky little trick comes in. So I'm going to get rid of my original triangle now that we've got our final equation. We don't really need that. If I've got sine theta equals 4/5 and I need cos theta, what can I do? Okay, I set up a right angled triangle. It doesn't have to be perfect, it's just representing what we've got. I'm going to call one of the angles theta. What can you tell me about the triangle now? Opposite, so we know from our soccer term that sine is opposite over hypotenuse. So the opposite will be a 4, and 5 will be the hypotenuse. How does that help? Very nice. So we can now use Pythagoras' theorem, 5 squared take away 4 squared, and square root it, but we know it is 3 because we've got our good old 3, 4, 5 Pythagorean triple in there. So from this triangle, I should now be able to pull out what cos theta is. Very nice. Adjacent over hypotenuse, 3 over 5. And now I don't even need to touch my calculator. I mean, you might want to do 22 squared on your calculator. It's a bit boring to do it by hand, but we can put 3 bits in there and complete equation to find y. You got another?
17.
I will round 3 significant figures. Another little trick for A level. 3 significant figures is your go-to rounding for pretty much everything. So as you can see, it's got all GCSE work. There's nothing beyond GCSE, but the question itself, you would see that coming up on an A level exam because of the style of thinking that's required. And they won't necessarily be obvious questions, but your skills from GCSE, and this is something to bear in mind maybe in like late August, if you've got some time on your hands, if you come into the A-level course with your skills ready to go, then it all becomes about the problem solving. But if you have to relearn all your skills, you will find the transition a little bit harder. Do you agree with that? Yeah. Okay. I think, yeah, we've got just enough time for a little Q&A.
We've had quite a few questions come through already, sir. So what are the class sizes like in maths?
So my year 12 class at the moment has 14 students. The other year 12 class is 16 at the moment. So 16, that's about right. Yeah, so that's a pretty standard size for the A.
Lovely. Someone has asked about how many lessons a week and what's the workload like in terms of homework?
So the number of lessons a week, you have 10 double periods across a 2-week timetable. So sort of 2 doubles and a single, with a double being an hour and 40 minutes. So quite a lot of contact time. I would say that the amount of extra time depends on the student. So a lot of students put in a lot of extra time. It does all require lots of independent practice. We will set you homework, but my expectation is that there will be a lot of additional independent work and you'll have lots and lots of resources available to do lots and lots of extra practice, and it does make a difference at A-level. So yes, I think in some cases, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, sir. Someone's asked about the male to female ratio in maths.
So it is my maths class. It is female heavy because of the nature of the school, I think. My year 12 class has 2 male students, but I think the other class, your class, has quite a few.
Quite a few, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a third of the class, maybe half and half. Yeah. So yeah, that's just the way the timetable happened to fall. So I'd say overall we've probably got maybe a third of the students are male.
A few students have asked about the exam results. You might not know on the top of your head, sir. It might be something to post, but the average grade for maths and further maths students A level.
Well, so we do tend to get good results. We have pretty strong cohorts, so we get lots and lots of students. I don't have the figures off the top of my head other than last year's, which is a bit different. Yeah, we do get lots of students getting A grades. We have some students who manage A-star grades. We haven't had a student fail A-level maths for a very long time. So, I mean, I'd say the average grade is probably a borderline A to B grade for students at this school.
Someone's asked about the exams. How long are the exams and like what's the format of them?
For A-level maths, you get 3 2-hour papers. The first paper is, first 2 papers are pure maths, so that's all your graph work, algebra, trigonometry, things like that. And then your third paper is applied, which will be split half statistics and half mechanics. So that's your physicsy style maths.
Someone has asked about equipment needed. What is there any equipment needed to purchase for maths and or further maths, I guess?
You will need this calculator. So we'll put some information out about it. Sorry, yeah, I'll bring that forward. It's called the class, well, the Class Whiz is the informal name, the FX911EX. So it is an upgrade from your GCSE calculator, but we can, I will be arranging sort of put an order in through the school, and we can get a slightly cheaper deal on that, but you will be able to source it yourselves very easily. For further maths, we recommend the graphical calculator. A lot of it is for the second year statistics work, but there is a CG50 graphical calculator. A-level students may wish to buy it. Again, I can get a sort of reasonable deal through the school if I order in bulk, so we can arrange for that in September, but it's not essential for A-level maths. It's an added bonus.
We've got loads of questions coming in. So someone's asked about how many teachers might they have?
So all of the classes are split between 2 teachers in year 12, which is 1 teacher doing pure and another teacher doing the applied, so the statistics and the mechanics.
Someone's asked about what's the entry grade requirements for maths and then further maths?
So for maths, we would expect a grade 7. On the new specification nationally, the average grade for A-level maths for a grade 7 student is actually a D at the moment. It's a very challenging A-level. You will be able to make good progress, and there are lots of grade 7 students that get A and B grades as well, but it's a tough one. So we do expect a 7 for maths and an 8 for further maths, because it does have that extra level of challenge.
Fabulous. Someone's asked about, are there 2 classes for maths generally?
At the moment, yes, but it would depend on numbers. We can certainly accommodate more classes if we have more students.
Fabulous. And the last one is that someone's asked about textbooks. What textbooks needed?
So textbooks will be provided if you need them. We give the textbook is split between the first year work and the second year work. We do suggest that students might want to buy their own textbook because we take them in at the end of the first year for the next cohort of students. But I'd say about half of my class have bought their own textbooks so that they get to keep it into the second year and have both textbooks to run through the full course.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Thank you, students. Thank you for those at home. We're now going to the next session is a prefect session starting in 3 minutes time. So quick changeover.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your help. That was awesome.
Okay, those students who are at home, the Meet the Prefects is happening in room 1. So please, you should be able to leave the this room, so we're in room 3 currently, and then join the link and join in room 1 where you can meet the prefects. Thank you for engaging so far. I've had some really excellent questions, and I know some of you have been answering some of the teacher questions. So room 1 for Meet the Prefects, and when we come back, we're here for geography in 20 minutes. For those in the room, I've inserted into the chat the link to the main Firefly page, which will then give you a link to get to meet the prefects if you wish to meet some of our prefect team. And we'll see you back here at 11 o'clock. Hi, good morning, students. So I can see we have currently 8 students waiting for the geography lesson. Mr. Lutz, I'm not sure the teacher, if you wanted to come onto screen and introduce yourself and unmute.
Hi there, it's not Mr. Lutz, it's Miss Sutherland.
Oh, Miss Sutherland, I do apologise.
That's all right, second best.
If you wanted to come on screen, Miss, so we can see your lovely self and you can introduce yourself and your subject and the students we've got. We need to send the camera, Miss.
Hello, I'm Miss Sutherland. So as of next year, I'm going to be Head of Humanities and Head of Geography. So I have some lovely geography students with us today, and we're going to run through a really short snippet of what a geography lesson would normally look like. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Miss. So students that are from home, I can see our numbers are increasing. There's about 20 of you now. We're going to go through the lesson slides. If you wish to add your comments or answer any questions, you can write it in the Q&A. You can also then ask questions that I'll pose to Miss Sutherland and the students afterwards. So, Miss, over to you.
Okay, so geography, we tend to look at some major key themes throughout our course, and one of them is looking at globalisation. So on the board you can see that I have an image. So this image is an example of a thing called globalisation. Now looking at the picture, can you suggest what you think that actually is? And can you potentially suggest any further examples of how globalisation fits into everyday life? So over to you guys, what can you see on board? What is globalisation, do you believe?
It's when a company such as McDonald's will go into another country other than, say, like America, and say they go to India, they would change their product to fit the person that's there. So instead of doing beef burgers, they do lamb to fit with their culture, or bring out things like the McVeggie because they're predominantly vegetarian.
Fantastic. So globalisation is massively spreading through the world at the moment, and it's one of the main reasons that places are getting particularly wealthy, but it's also encouraging places to develop that little bit quicker. Miss, can you turn over to the next slide, please?
Okay, and do you mind, Miss Stan, can you stand closer to the mic, please?
I can, yeah.
That's much better. Yes.
Fantastic. Right, and if you can click again. So globalisation essentially is the way that companies adapt products to meet the local tastes, needs and traditions. You can keep moving forward. So TNCs use globalisation as a way of developing their business around the world and in some different places around the world. So some examples of this are McDonald's. So in India, they don't tend to eat beef as it is often seen as quite a respected animal. So they have to change their product in order to fit in with the local community. So in India, what they do is try and adapt their menu to fit in with religious beliefs. So they've got examples of things like McSpicy Paneer, which is a type of Indian cheeseburger. But then you've got some other companies, such as Lego, who don't actually have to change the good that they produce. It's already really well adapted to work all the way around the world. So if you can move over to the next slide, Miss. So globalisation is an example of globalisation. And this is a really key thing that we need to know in geography. So what I would like my geographers in the room to do is have a look at some of the key phrases we have on the board and have a think about what do you think could be the definition of globalisation. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves to try and figure out what you think that could be. Go for it, Zoe. What do you think it could be?
Is it the interconnection between people and capital, which is like sharing culture and movement of people and connections around the world?
Yeah, good. It's basically how people are connected and how places are linked. Miss, can you move over to the next slide? So there are a huge amount of different ways that places can be linked, but one of the main ways that that could be is through TNCs. If you can move through the next point, Miss. So TNCs are vital players in globalisation, and they are one of the main reasons we're able to link together around the world. So we are linked through flows, and there's loads of different examples of them. Goods, money, trade, people, ideas, transport, the list is endless. But how do you think TNCs are particularly responsible for flows? What can you think of? How do they spread globalisation?
A TNC can be in more than one country, and then they bring their culture over to different, like westernising places in Asia through TNCs like McDonald's, Disney.
Fantastic, yeah.
And then they will generate money in the local area, and it will either go to them and it can sometimes go back to the country.
Good, so there's flows of money. There's definitely flows of ideas taking it around the place. Zoe, have you got any other suggestions of how you think TNCs could spread globalisation, link places together?
Well, they could offshore into countries where there's cheaper labour, and so they. Or wait.
Yeah, that's right.
So they create jobs in other countries.
Can you think of an example?
BT offshores in India. They have call centres there, which are used.
Fantastic, well done. You can move over then, please, Miss. Brilliant. So within geography, we have to look at lots of different examples for every sort of case study that we are looking at, or every topic. So for globalisation, one of the main things that we actually look at is Disney and how it actually is a global TNC. Now, Disney has massively globalised around the world. So you can maybe at home start to think about, can you think of any examples of how Disney is globalised? So you could start to think maybe at some of the films that they have made. Flicking back over to you, can you think of any particular Disney films that have globalised?
Aladdin, when it, I can't remember where it's actually, but in Aladdin, the way that Jasmine is portrayed over there is a lot more covered up than what she is over here.
Yeah.
And then there's one of the aims of Disney to do a film in every country.
Good, fantastic. So as Rosie was trying to explain, they adapt the films depending on the audience that they're trying to illustrate in front of. So over in the Middle East, Jasmine is represented slightly differently to the Jasmine that we would see on TV. Can you flick over again, Miss? I think there should be some pictures that pop up. So we've got some other films that have been used, or other ways that Disney have globalised. Hunchback of Notre Dame was globalised to try and incorporate France when they opened up what's it called? Disneyland Paris. Well done. You've got globalisation in the sense that Disney stores all around the world that sort of link places together. Because at the bottom you can see, it's not very clear on the screen, but illustrations of factory workers in China that create the toys that work in Disney stores that you might see in Bromley or Beckenham. So Disney has massively spread around the world and massively linked places together. So the final question, and we're not going to answer that now, but I do want you to sort of think and ponder out at home, and for the students in the room as well, is to what extent do we actually think that Disney is truly a global corporation? Does it involve everyone, or does it actually sort of focus still on America developing further, or does it try and take everybody with them as well? Thank you. I think that's everything from here, Miss.
Thank you, Miss. What I'll do is, anyone has any questions to ask, if you want to type them in the Q&A. Some students already have asked though about exam and how the exam is formatted and the level of the exam questions.
Okay, so in terms of assessment, you have 3 examinations. So much like GCSE, you've got a paper 1 and paper 2 that's based off content. And you'll also have a paper 3 that's a little bit more synoptic. So you're given a situation and you have to basically use all the knowledge that you've learned over the last 2 years and reflect it onto a situation. You'll also have sources to answer questions on. The extra assessment that we have at A level is we do a piece of coursework. Now this gives you a lot of freedom and you're able to pretty much choose what you want to write about. We will give you a lot of guidance. but that will be written in year 13 and will give you the skills and everything you need to know, take you out on field work. And it's a really good way to prepare yourself for university as well and be able to answer those extended essays that you might be expected to do then. Any other questions, Miss?
What subject would you say goes best with A level?
What subjects go best with geography A level?
Yes.
So I think geography is so varied that you can't really go wrong. I think it links to maths in the sense that there is a little bit of statistical analysis you have to do, not a huge amount, but it is useful to have sort of a base level knowledge. It links with languages because obviously it's a global perspective of the world. It links with sociology because sociology has a really good understanding. Do you think it links anything else?
Politics, law, biology.
Yeah. Any pairing, I can't see there would ever be a problem. Tourism, business, truly, it's a very multifaceted course. Any other questions, Miss?
Yes, thanks, Miss. Someone has asked, when is the coursework as part of the year A level?
When is it?
Yes.
So you would start that in the September of year 13. So our year 12s this year have done purely content. We have pretty much got them to a point where they're able to answer all the content for paper 1. So in year 2, year 13, you'll start it in September. Half of your lessons will be based off coursework. Half of your lessons will still be progressing with content. But we normally aim to finish around February time, so there's plenty of time for revision too.
Fabulous. A question that's not asked, but many questions have been asked. What about the trips for geography in
So
normal times?
in normal times, we are a big lover of trips. So in previous years, we've run trips to Iceland, we've run trips to Naples, we've run trips to Barcelona. Obviously, you can't do all of them in 1 year, but there is an element of requirement for the A level that you have to be taken out on 5 days worth of field work as a minimum. So you will definitely be doing the 5 days. We'll be looking into international trips. We don't know how that will work, but that will be a fantastic thing for us to be aiming for next year.
Last question is, what are the average class sizes for geography? And is there only 1 class or 2 classes in year 12, 13?
So at present, we've got 1 A-level class. So there's approximately 21 students in there. It always depends on how big the classes get. If they get too large, they will often be split and it will be worked into 2 classes as we have done in previous years. But I would say the average class size is 17 to 20.
Lovely. If there's any more questions, if you want to type them quickly. Oh, there we go. What can geography lead to in terms of jobs?
So geography has an abundance of jobs related. I know it has a bad rapport for just, you becoming a geography teacher, which isn't the case. You can go into architecture, you could go into things like quantity surveying, land surveying, town planning, disaster management, mineral quantity surveying as well. There's a huge amount. Again, it's one of those A levels where you learn skills that are applicable to loads of different degrees. So even if you would study it at degree level, there'll be so many different jobs that you could apply for through graduate schemes as well. So it's a very, very varied course.
Brilliant. Thank you, Miss. I think that's all the questions we have had. So year 12 students in the classroom, thank you. You can wave goodbye. Bye, year 12. Thank you, Miss. So now the next session is going to be tourism. So tourism, the next session. Miss, if you could mute the microphone in the classroom, we'll get ready for tourism in 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. Miss Sutherland, I'm not sure the teacher, we have another teacher available ready for our next session in tourism.
Yeah, it's me again.
Lovely, Miss Sutherland, thank you. We've got a few students in at the moment, but I'll give them a minute more. If you want to come step forward and introduce yourself, we can see you.
Hi there, I'm Miss Sutherland. I'm currently going to be acting as Head of Geography as of next year, but for today I'm going to be taking you through some of the content that we might study if you were to choose tourism.
Excellent, thank you.
So I thought it was probably quite important for us to start thinking about tourism in the sense that it's been a really rubbish year for it. So this session is going to be focusing on how external pressures have impacted the UK tourism industry. So I've got a graph on the board and I'm going to ask my tourist students in front of us to start to go looking at it. So I'm going to ask you at home to describe the trend in international travel since 1999. Now there's probably some dips at various points, so I'd like you to have a think about what could have caused them. Okay. So what do you think? Any suggestions?
Things like epidemics, pandemics, financial crashes will cause tourism might slow down if people can't afford to spend money traveling.
Yeah, good.
Abroad or internationally or just nationally.
Brilliant. So tourism is a luxury. We are aware of this. So there will be naturally dips over time. Miss, can you tap over, please? So here are some reasons over time, and if you can go again, I don't know if that will work. Yep. Oh, back, sorry. So you can see that there have been some natural dips in tourism as time has gone on. So you can see that in roughly 2002, there was a SARS epidemic, or alternatively known as bird flu. That did have a dip in the tourist industry. If we go over to 2007, 2008, again, there was a dip. And if we go to modern day, we've got the COVID pandemic, where there has been a massive dip. But the reason I wanted to flag this is because I'm sure that this is a question lots of students have. Can you truly imagine never ever going away ever again? No, you can't. You can imagine that, yes, it's going to be difficult for the next year or two, but you can imagine you're probably going to be wanting to go on school trips. You're going to want to go on holiday. So that dip is going to increase, and it will increase again. So I wanted to flag it in case it was a concern of something that you're questioning whether it's something that you wanted to study or not. Miss, can you move over to the next slide, please? So we know that the UK tourist industry has been hit. There's been loads of headlines. You can just keep flicking through them, Miss. So, So there's been lots of different things that, and if you can go forward one tap. No, don't worry about it. That's fine. If you can go back. Right. So we can see that there's loads of different ways that our summer holidays have been affected, or tourism have been affected. How do you think this has affected the tourist economy in the United Kingdom? Some suggestions.
Oh, we've had like so many travel bans just internationally as well, but
yeah,
also nationally, like tier 4, we're not allowed to literally like leave our house. And so all the like main areas for tourism, such as like Cornwall,
yeah,
they're not going to be getting as much income.
Okay.
But general, they're not going to be getting any income because it's the main tourist.
Yeah, fantastically. And if you can tap forward, Miss. So we know there has been a loss of jobs, closure of business, reduction in travel, and impact to the economy. Miss, if you can move over again, and if you can move to the next slide, I think that's a bit easier. Thank you. So if you can move over to the next slide, thank you. So we need to think about, is the future actually bleak? So on the board again, I've got lots of different newspaper articles that are linking to tourism in the United Kingdom in the last few months. If you can have a look at them, what do you think this is suggesting about how tourism will change in the UK in the next couple of months? What can you see?
It will always bounce back. People want to leave their country, people want to go away, they want to explore. So even if you do have a setback such as an epidemic or pandemic, realistically you're always going to have people then jetting off, whether it is just the top 10% or it's that one person who
just flies. It's still one person that's leaving. It's still adding to the figures of tourism.
Good. So we can see that there's a 250% increase in summer holiday bookings. We can see that people are protecting tourism by stopping taxes. We can see that people want to go on holiday in the UK, and that's all really positive. If you can flick forward, Miss, that'd be great. So what the UK government are doing is they're trying to put plans in place to recover the tourist industry. And this would definitely be something that you would be looking into if you were being or choosing to study tourism next year. So there's plans to recover domestic tourism post-pandemic. So domestic tourism is tourism within the United Kingdom. That's the area we're starting with first of all. By 2023, we're hoping to get everybody back on their feet and going on holiday abroad for holidays. There's lots of new initiatives as well that they're putting in place to try and get people out and about, such as reduction in rail tickets and also £10 million on days out schemes as well. So that's just a little bit of food for thought of things that you might be studying if you were to choose to study tourism come next year. But there's a huge amount extra that we will be looking at too. Thank you, Miss. I think that's everything from us.
Thanks, Miss. So students at home want to click and also type any questions. We have a small number of students here. So please type your questions. Again, Miss, if you have any information about the course, any trips, textbooks have been asked quite a bit as well. Do you know about that and exam boards?
So I believe the exam board is WJEC, and they do have a textbook associated with it. So a lot of the resources that we use, because of its coursework based, will be based on our in-school program on Firefly. So you'll be able to find the lessons on there and everything that you need as well. So yeah, there's lots of resources that we can use, and we'll be giving you lots throughout as well. Any other questions?
Someone has asked about the exams. How many exams and how long are they?
As far as I'm aware, I believe there is one exam and it is worth 75 marks and it's 90 minutes long. But the rest of it is coursework based as well. I think the big thing that you need to know about tourism is, and it's been a popular question today, is that it's tourism. So of course there's going to be lots of trips because we have to get you out and about. It's a practical subject where we want you to learn skills, want you to learn about the industry, so there'll be lots of opportunities to leave the classroom and get out and about into the city as well.
Yes, someone has asked about that and asked which trips. Are there any examples of trips or day visits you are aware of?
Well, actually, our current head of tourism did take our students out last week, I believe, to Greenwich for the day, which is fantastic. We do international trips with geography, and that's definitely something that we're trying to do, incorporate the tourist students into geography sessions or geography trips as well abroad. So that'd be really great. Other sessions, we have to take you to the coast for the day, we have to take you into London. So there's going to be so much planned for you to be able to do around the country as well.
Thanks. There's no questions, so we've got a few minutes left. If there's any more questions, please type them in. I guess as well as tourism, I know there's a mix of girls and boys, and the class numbers are roughly about 14, 15, I want to say.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, about 15 to 20 is quite a normal amount for tourism. And I think the benefit of this is because it's quite a personalised experience, but always based in a computer room as well, because there's loads of research in your lessons for you to complete, which is really nice as well, because it just gives you preference over sort of facilities you get to use. Yeah, no, it's a really good course. It's fun, it's interactive, and it will definitely give you skills that you can use going into jobs post-sixth form.
Lovely, thank you, Miss.
Thank you very much.
Okay, students at home will now have, well, we've got 10 minutes now until drama. So if you have any questions you want to ask about drama, please type them in now and I'll make sure they're ready for the drama teacher when they arrive. Someone's asked about how many times you have a lesson a week. So they're lessons for A-level courses. For when you do a single A-level course, you get 10 double periods over a fortnight. So that can obviously split depending on, we have a week A and a week B timetable. So generally it's 10 periods, which are single periods often joined together. So it could be you might have 6 one week and 4 the next, or you might have 5 and 5. Most lessons are doubles, so they're 100 minutes long. So the idea is there are lots of chances for you to get lots of contact time with teachers and help you with the learning and the content of the course. If anyone has any other generic questions as well for sixth form, I can see there's 12 of you listening, and hopefully you're engaging and you're enjoying the day. If you have any questions for me or want to ask questions about sixth form or generic things about the school, I'm happy to answer. Been here now for 6 years, so have some knowledge of Langley, what we can offer in sixth form. I can see someone's asked a question about university courses and with tourism A-level. So I think the key thing is to go on the UCAS website. If you look at UCAS and you can have a look at the different courses, I'm sure tourism would lead you into many different courses. I will have a look at it now and see if I can find something out for you. So I'm looking at there's things you can study a tourism degree solely. There are also things like marketing. If you have an understanding, if you're looking at marketing from a wider perspective, you would be able to go into obviously combining your other A levels and look at other courses as well. So I think it really depends on what you're interested in and where you can find that link. And university often they don't require specific subjects to be studied. Sometimes they do. So it's making sure you're aware about what you're interested in at university and what you might want to go into. Obviously, things like journalism, if you study tourism and English, you can look at journalism and how that links together and look at being a journalist who travels the world and talks about countries and what they're visiting and how tourism can affect it. There's a hospitality, leisure and tourism section that talks about university courses that can support you in the tourism industry, which then obviously help you get jobs in things such as transport, economics, travel agents, business consultants, marketing, advertisement. So there is lots there for you. So I think, Mediata, you've asked a question regarding changing subjects once we start school. So we do have in the first few weeks of term, because we understand that some students, you don't know what the lessons are going to be like. There is a 2-week window where movement between subjects can happen. Obviously, it's important you need to make sure you've met the entry requirements, but your subject courses and your program of study we recognise is really important for you to study for the 2 years. So the idea is you'd have a conversation if you found that one of your lessons wasn't as you quite expected, you do have an opportunity to change, but obviously that is dependent upon the numbers in that class and whether that fits with the blocking pattern. So you will see on the Firefly page, there's lots of information about the blocking patterns and where subjects sit. So you wouldn't then you'd have to then choose something that then would fit with your timetable. But you definitely can. I think it's some things, don't worry too much. If you really hate it, we're not going to force you to study it, but you do need to you'd have to make a decision a few weeks in, otherwise you're then going to miss out on lots of learning time. So I hope that helps. I think, Miss Clark, are you ready to start? I can't see you hidden your camera, so if you could unmute, Miss Clark, we're going to get ready to start drama. Oh, we've got something set up. How excellent.
Hi, can you hear me, Rachel?
Hi, Miss Clark. You will need to stand close to the mic when you're talking because we can't hear you very well.
I don't even know where the mic is, but...
It's on the camera.
Oh, right, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know the setup of the room, but if you can get as close as possible to the camera so we can hear you. And if you want to come, what I'll do is I'll send you live with the students.
Okay, is this better?
Yes, and we can see them. If you want to, we've got a minute more to go. We've got 5 attendees at the moment.
Okay, Rachel, are you advancing the slides for me?
I am. I'm Chris Whitty, so you need to ask me to say next slide.
Yeah, because some of the slides have sound clips that I need you to play. So I just say, there's one that looks like air. So I say play air, play the fire one, play the earth.
We haven't been able to. We can't play sound through this event. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to check this. He's calling me now, so I'll check this out. This I've sourced it. I think we have sound. So
Brilliant.
When we get there, you have to tell me. So if you want to introduce yourself, we've got 10 people in attendees at the moment. If you want to introduce yourself and your lovely students, and then we'll get started.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mrs. Clark. This is Sky, Aziza, and Huda, who are coming to the end of Year 12. Today we're going to be looking at Component 2. They're working on that at the moment. It's a devised unit. So those of you who take GCSE drama, it follows the same pattern. They do some devised work and they do some accompanying coursework with it. So we'll... Yes, Miss, do you want me to start the lesson now?
Yes, Miss, over to you. So I'll then if you just say yes, next slide, please.
All right, brilliant. Okay, so let's just make a little semicircle. Okay, so Complicité is all about devising through improvised play, and they use lots and lots of devising techniques, and they want us to be spontaneous, ready, alert, and have tension in our body. So that's what we're going to look at today. So they love to play with a ball as a way to develop a character. So what we're going to do is we're going to play tap up. We're going to aim to keep the ball in the air, but I'm also going to throw something else at you as well. I want you to think of the 4 elements: water, air, earth, fire. So what words do we think of when we think of air? Flowy. Okay, so we're going to keep coming up with the words. and we're going to play tap out at the same time. Let's go. So what do we think? Free, yeah, good. Wind, what else?
Boisterous.
Okay, and what about fire? Anger, great.
Hatred.
Yeah,
War. Fighting.
excellent. And earth.
Grounded. Natural. Rock.
Excellent. Okay, so now we're going to think of the 4 elements, but we're going to throw it with the intensity that we associate with that element. So, for example, fire, I'm going to throw it directly. So, just say the name of the element and throw it like that element. Fire. Excellent. So, now what I'd like us to do is, if we can advance the slide, please, Miss. If we can advance the slide, thank you. So, complicité is all about developing tension. So, a good piece of theatre, football or athletics meeting has an audience sitting on the edge of their seat, even holding their breath. So, we need to get that intensity when we're performing our devised pieces. So if we can advance the next slide, thank you. Okay, and if we play the top left sound, thank you. I want us to move around as air and play the sound, please.
Can you hear that, Miss? Can I check you can hear that?
Yeah, we can hear that. If you could play that sound. Okay, keep playing it. Really go for it. Excellent. And now, how is this going to change? Yeah, if you can just play the earth one, bottom right, lovely, thank you. Playing that sound. And stop the sound. And if we could play the water sound now, which is bottom. And now if we play and play the fire sound, which is the top right sound. So use your own directions. And stop the music. So the music's coming through a little bit disjointed. I don't know how it is at home, but we will carry on. So with each of the 4 sounds, I now want you to think of having an intention behind it, because good actors are thinking actors, so they're thinking about the intention behind the lines. So Miss Sayer, if you could play any of the sounds, and then we will with that intention. Thank you. So she's gone on to a water sound. And 3. And now
if we could play a different sound. You are late, let's see attention in your body. Really be in your own world. You've got to get to this meeting on time. Really play out that tension. And breathe. And now let's play the air sound again, please. Top left. Left. Okay, we do it without the music, walking as the air, but again, in a rush.
Sorry, Miss, I'm having some technical errors this time with the sound and the connection, it seems.
No, yeah, no problem. We just keep going without the music. Okay, so completers are also interested in the idea of space. So I want you to squash together and imagine that we are in a really confined space such as a lift. And I want you, by the way you look around, to show the audience that we're in a very small space. So let's play that. So yeah, think about what you're doing to show that small space. How can you then look as though you're in a huge excellent. And back to a small space. Okay, thinking back to when you were doing those characters that were with that sense of it's all about tension. So let's get the tension in your body, in your legs, really rushing because you are late. Let's go. That's it. Don't all follow each other and bring it up to a bit of a run. Right, okay, thanks. And if we could show the slides again, please, Lynn.
Sorry, Miss, I'm just having some technical errors. If you could stand, you could stand near the mic and talk from there.
Okay, okay. So what we do now. Okay, yes. We just carry on. So if you can get the chairs.
Yeah, sorry, Miss. What I think we'll need to do is move on to Q&A because we have got 5 minutes left. I do apologise to those students at home. I'm not sure why, but we seem to be having a bit of clunking here going on. It seems to be working in a funny way. So what I'm going to do is, if you have any questions for Mrs. Clark and drama, please can you type it in the Q&A, and we'll try and get something working in a second.
Okay, Miss Sayer, they're going to show their piece and I'll answer questions at the same time as they're going through their piece.
Okay, lovely. So if any students have any questions regarding drama, please type them in the chat.
Mass surveillance uses systems that connect, collect, and analyze data. You are under mind control, and you know it. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I don't know. Rules are put in place for a reason, right? To protect and serve? Right. Affirmative. Failure to cooperate will result in further action. Does it all seem a bit weird? What if I don't comply? Will there be consequences? Well, there must be, right? Right.
Right? Right.
Mrs. Clark, can you hear me?
We will check my train times. Your train is at 5:30. Stay Edna on 9th of February 2004. Thank you for keeping up with your technology.
Mrs. Clark, can you hear me? Classroom.
Thank you for keeping up with your technology.
Yeah, I can hear you.
We are having some fabulous. Thank you, Miss. So we're having some technical. I think the whole school seems to be falling apart. We're having some lagging here, but there's a few questions coming through. Is it mainly practical or written work?
So it's 60% theory, 40% practical. So it follows the same structure as GCSE drama. So they have a written paper, a devising unit where they making up a play based on a theme and do some coursework, and then a scripted piece of drama where they also do some coursework too. So very similar to the GCSE course, but obviously at an advanced level.
I've had someone said the same question as well. Someone's asked about how many lessons a week.
So it's the same as all the A-level subjects. So they have, I think you can answer that, Miss. I know I see my students 3 times a week, and there's another drama teacher as well, and he also sees them.
Yeah, so at each A-level you have 10 lessons over the fortnight. They are often joined together as doubles, and it depends how it's then split with the other teachers. So total lessons combined, I think 12 lessons maybe. The idea is you have lots of lessons. But Miss, we are running, we'll have to change. I know I can see the students still doing their piece, but we'll need to then change ready for the next session, which is starting in 5 minutes time, which is PE. So thank you, Year 12 A-level students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. So, students at home, I apologise for having some lagging here, but hopefully you got a bit of you can see what the students have been working with, the props they've been using, and you can have some understanding of the course and content. So the next session is PE, which will be starting in 5 minutes time. So hopefully we can leave quietly in 5 minutes and our internet boosts and gets a bit stronger, ready for the last few sessions. Okay, Miss McGovern, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, very loudly.
Can you, when you talk, Miss McGovern, you need to be standing really close to the microphone. Could you come out to the front, introduce yourself, and we can then start the session. We have 15 people at the moment. So you need to come and stand in front of the camera, introduce yourself and the two students. Come say hello, don't be shy.
Can you see and hear us?
Yeah, that's really good sound. So if you could do it from there, that'd be great, and then I can hear you well.
Perfect, okay.
Off you
Okay,
go.
thank you. So I'm Miss McGovern, and today we've got Asia and Ava, and we're going to talk to you all about A-level PE. So, Miss, is the PowerPoint coming up?
We are having some, there's a bit lagging going on here, but hopefully we'll keep going.
Okay. Okay, so first thing I want you to do is read this very small statement here. If everyone is doping, talking about performance enhancing drugs, it isn't cheating. It's the only way to level the playing field. Thinking of this in relation to doping in sport, to what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? So have a little think. You can talk to each other about it. I'm going to literally give you 30 seconds. If everyone is doping, taking performance enhancing drugs, it isn't cheating. It's the only way to level the playing field. That's what I want you to have you kind of thinking about throughout the rest of this session, kind of have it in the back of your mind. And then the next thing I want you to do is think what sort of doping methods that athletes might use to enhance their performance. You can sort of say them to each other or jot them down.
Anyone at home as well, if you know any doping methods, if you want to type it in the Q&A, and we'll make sure you're engaged and involved in the session as well. Ava and Estia should know this because I've taught them this.
We just discussed this. Yeah, so anyone at home, if you have obviously done GCSE, any methods of doping that you're aware of, just pop them in the chat now and we'll have a read through of those as well in a second. Okay, so what methods of doping have we got?
Anabolic steroids.
Okay, anything else? Beta blockers? EPO. Any other ones that you might have known from GCSE? Yep, so we've got diuretic and
Someone's written blood doping.
blood doping, good. Oh, great, sorry, we can't see the chat. Oh, there's my face.
Okay, so Gio's written blood doping. We've got anabolic steroids in the chat, in the Q&A.
Amazing, yeah, so we've got lots of different drugs or different ways that performers can enhance their performance. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so we're going to have a quick think about anabolic steroids, beta blockers, and EPO. Girls, I would like you to just sort of talk to each other. What are they? And reasons why performers might use this, and then we're going to think of the types of athletes that might use them. People at home, if you have any idea on what anabolic steroids are or beta blockers or EPO, just pop that in the chat. Try and think about which athletes might use them as well. So 30 seconds to have a think, and then we're going to discuss that, you two.
Well done. Someone's also written stimulants as well, which is also correct. One
Yes.
have we don't notice A level, so well done.
Perfect, good.
Which is much better for me because I didn't understand anything that was going on in the further maths or Spanish session, so at least I know what's happening here.
Yeah, Miss Sayers can help out as well. Miss, we can't see the chat, so you're going to have to just sort of tell me.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'll read out when anyone says anything. So students that are in the group, quite a few of you, if you want to comment anything, I can then read it with others.
Cool. Right, so anabolic steroids then, what are they? What do they do?
They increase the muscle mass of the performer,
Good.
increasing their power and strength.
Okay, so Ava said they increase muscle mass of the performer, they increase power and strength. Good. What about beta blockers?
They block adrenaline, so it calms your nerves.
Good, so that blocks adrenaline, calms your nerves during competition. And then EPO, understanding of that?
It increases the amount of oxygen in the muscle.
By increasing what in your blood? Red blood cells. Good. Okay, so why would someone take, what type of athlete would take anabolic steroids to start with?
Somebody has written an answer in the group, the chat. So someone has said an athlete that used them.
Oh yeah, what type of athlete might use them?
So someone has said a sprinter, which is correct. So Anonymous has said a 100-meter sprinter would use anabolic steroids.
Yeah, perfect, good. So sprinters, any sort of athlete that does any sort of powerful movement, maybe weightlifters, they might use anabolic steroids because they're sort of artificial hormones that resemble the hormone testosterone. So promotes that muscle growth to help your muscles increase in size. So we know that beta blockers then kind of counteract the what adrenaline does in the body. Who might use beta blockers? Archery players, yeah. So with different sports that kind of have require precision or fine motor control. So an archery person, what else? Who else?
You said darts, but apparently it's not a sport.
Darts, I did kind of put it on there, I think, as an example, but it's not massively a sport. Golf is one of them, snooker as well. And then EPO, what type of athletes would use EPO?
Endurance.
Yeah, good endurance. So maybe cyclists, long distance runners. Can you think of an elite performer that has used EPO before and got caught? Lance Armstrong, good. The cyclist Lance Armstrong, good. Okay, so next slide, please.
I would say someone, an Anonymous has written a really good section about anabolic steroids, talking about a supplement, how it mimics testosterone, increases strength, javelin throwers. So excellent answer. Whoever is at home, well done. That's the kind of content we're after.
Oh, amazing. Well done. And good application to sport, an sporting example as well there. Okay, so what social reasons why people might take performance enhancing drugs? People at home, I want you to think of any reason whatsoever for why people might take performance enhancing drugs, whether they be social reasons, psychological reasons, or physical reasons. So maybe what in their sport requires them to kind of change their body in a certain way to help advance them in their sport. Any reasons? Because I know we're going to run out of time, so we're going to kind of flick through these.
I think it would be because everyone's doing it.
Okay, so pressure. What is that pressure though?
To like be the best.
Yeah, to be the best. Maybe the pressure to win. Everyone else is doing it. Why can't I do it? Any other reasons?
If they have a belief that they're going to get called, then they'll just...
Yeah, if they've got the belief that they're not going to get caught, no one really gets caught. It's maybe the belief they have, then they're going to continue to do it to really try and get to the top. Any physical reasons why people might take drugs?
So like anabolic steroids have power, so they can like put on power or do that.
Yeah, good. So maybe they need to have a reduced sort of body fat, increased muscle mass, whether they be a sprinter or a power athlete. They would obviously take these drugs to then enhance their performance in that way.
Any psychological reasons? We've covered a couple. If you're not going to get caught. Any other psychological reasons or physiological reasons?
Aggression.
So why might they want to? So taking sort of anabolic steroids might increase their level of testosterone and increase aggression in their body. Other psychological ones, it steadies their nerves and it's going to increase their confidence. Maybe if they know what they've taken is going to help them in their performance and enhance their performance, they're going to have that confidence as well. And then physiologically, is there any other ones that we've kind of missed? Might be, can you fit this slide? No, we're running out of time. Increasing their oxygen carrying capacity, so that's where these endurance runners might take EPO. And then what about if you're a golfer or you're an archery player? You want to steady your hands, maybe reduce your heart rate. So what sort of drugs would you take then? Beta blockers. Good. Okay. So moving on, I've still got that quote up there to kind of have a think about what that to be in the back of your mind. If everyone is doping, taking performance enhancing drugs, it isn't cheating. It's the only way to level the playing field. I'm going to come to you two to form your argument on this. Guys at home as well, it's a sort of the big question really. If you agree, you might have some reasons why you might agree, you might completely disagree. Any of your reasoning, just pop them in the chat and Miss Say can read them out. So who is starting with? Amy, would you reckon?
I'm against it because it's bad for their health and it's against the morals.
Yeah, questionable morals. Obviously, sports is it's the question of why do people do sport? Why do they participate to such a high level? It can have lots of health risks as well. Afi, anything to come back at that?
Well, that's specifically one. Well, first of all, not all drugs are harmful to the body. So if you take ones that aren't harmful, then.
So what ones do you think would be maybe less harmful?
Maybe beta blockers.
Yeah, good, because I guess it's lowering your heart rate. It's not something that maybe is going to massively increase your blood viscosity and cause any sort of like heart attack, stroke risk, things like that. What else? So if you disagree, why do you think it should be allowed?
Because it is expensive to like test against drugs. Like, see people taking them.
Okay, so it's cost effective, is it then? So they can with that money.
They can use that money to like go into other places and support like equipment or something.
Okay. So we know that doping occurs in sport. Is there a bit of an argument to say that actually, do we think people should be allowed, athletes should be allowed to take drugs to see how far the human body can push itself? If it's already happening, why don't we make it legal? What do we think?
Sorry, Miss, that's your 10-minute lesson and it's time for Q&A. So I'm sorry to interrupt you. But hopefully, so students at home, if you have any questions, I've got some answers here. Someone's typed about they feel they can't win legally, so have to use drugs.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. Is there any questions for PE? I can then ask Ms. McGovern as well. So if you want to type a question, but people have been asking about the exam and the structure of the exam and how long the exam is.
Yeah, so the exam is it's split into two, so you've got paper 1 and paper 2, and you cover physiology, sports psychology, and the socio-cultural aspect of sports, the kind of history side as well, across both papers. So all 3 sections in both papers. You will have the papers are made up of long answer questions, short answer questions, and a few multiple choice. So your long answer questions will be 8 marks or 15 marks as well. Some questions are synoptic, so it might cover sort of 2 topics, so not just maybe sports psychology. It might be a sports psychology question with a bit of a physiology element into it as well. And then, so the papers make up 70% of the course, and then 30%, the other 30% is you're assessed practically in one sport, and then your coursework makes up an element of that as well.
Excellent, thanks. And someone's actually asked about the sport. Can you step in front of the camera so we can see your face?
Oh, yes,
nice.
sorry.
There you go. So, yeah, what sport do students, what can they take?
Sorry, say that again.
What sports can students take?
Okay, so you can be assessed in, there's a number of sports, but it's all on the specification, but team sports, there'll be individual sports, so your football, rugby, netball, hockey. if you're an athlete, like athletics, swimmer, runner, I think there's taekwondo or some form of martial arts type ones in there as well. And so it's a huge range of sports that you can be assessed in, and it's all on the specification. So maybe it's worth just double checking that the sport that you play, or maybe the one that you mainly do is one that you can be assessed in as well.
Thanks, Miss. Someone's asked about textbooks, and obviously, can I buy the year 1 textbook instead of the full one, or is it important to have both?
It's definitely important to have both, because we don't just teach year 1 content in year 12. We will go across kind of the two years. So the book 1 and 2 kind of flip between the two throughout year 12 and 13. So it's not just taught in like year 1 then year 2 order. So definitely worth getting the 2 textbooks. You can actually also buy it as the whole all in one as well. It's just a bigger textbook. So it's worth getting that.
Someone's asked, what do you learn in the classroom?
So it's all theory-based A-level PE. You're expected to do your practical element where you're training and stuff, and the club maybe that you play for outside of school, because it's all based on theory lessons in school. And it will cover, like I said, the sports psychology, so more the kind of mental side to sport, physiology for your body, and then the socio-cultural side is about the history of sport. We do things such as drugs, like we've looked at today, ethics and the morals behind sport as well, and what affects sporting participation and things like that.
Thanks. I also put in the chat, I published the link to the A2 specification. So if you want to have a look at the sports, you go to page 37 and you can see the sports needed.
Amazing, yeah. Any other questions?
Nothing as of yet. Oh, so wait. Oh. Are we still working on 3 sports, or is it changed to 1?
You're just assessed in the 1 sport, okay? So at GCSE it might have been 3, but at A-level it's just the 1 sport. So these 2 girls are netballers. They both play for club outside of school, so they'll be assessed in netball, and they'll get their practical footage at their clubs of them competing competitively in a competitive situation.
Thanks, Miss. We seem to be lagging a little bit, so your voice and your movements don't match, but thank you, Miss. I think that's all the questions. Oh, yeah, the sports, do they have to be outside of school, or can it be clubs? So I just say, ideally, you are actually playing sports outside of school at a reasonable level. So we do need to see, playing for clubs, school is good, but it's best if you play outside of school and you play regularly for a team and competing.
Yeah, regularly at club level, preferably.
Fabulous. Thank you, Miss. Thank you, students, for your help. We're now going to have a 5
Thank
minute.
you.
Thanks. If you could mute the mic in the classroom, Miss, and we'll have a change over for the next session.
Okay.
Okay, in the classroom, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, so we can hear you. We're all ready.
Thank you, Miss. So, fabulous. We are having some technical, it's a bit slow and there can be some lagging, but we'll keep going as best we can. So, Mrs. Brown, if you could come forward and into the camera, introduce yourself, the subject,
In and
and
out. I can't hear you. Can't hear you. I got slow, that was it.
no, so we're having some technical errors with internet connection, so it is a bit jumpy. But could you come forward and introduce yourself and the subject and the students you have?
Okay, so today I'm going to speak to you about A-level music. We have our A-level musicians in the classroom. We're going to do a short activity for you based around our recent scheme of learning, which was 18th century, 19th century piano music, so the romantic pianist. Could we have the next slide, please?
Could you please get a bit, when you're talking, Miss, can you stand closer to the camera so we can hear you slightly more? I'm getting up now.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I am trying to keep it live.
Know when
Being
to
very.
start.
If you wanted us to stop,
All right.
so I can't.
All right. So what we have, so to do it now task is how many features of a romantic piano music can you remember? So we're going to go around the class. We're going to start with Maria, who's on the piano.
Slow introduction.
Slow introduction. Lyrical melodies. Pedaling. And nationalism. Can you tell me a bit more about nationalism? Okay, so we have had, I don't know if you can hear those answers, but we have had pedaling, we have had nationalism, which is taking features of your country's folk music to make the music sound as if it is from your country. What about the piano? Tell me a little bit more about the piano, Louise. Tell me.
I think at this point,
So increase in the range in piano and a lot more expressive through pedaling. If you're at home and you want to add anything into the chat, if you know anything about 19th century romanticism, please feel free to do. Can you tell me, Eloise, what about melodic writing? How about melodies? Singable melodies. The overriding texture, Gwen. What kind of textures do we have? Polyphonic textures specifically. Oh, so melody and accompaniment, because the tune was everything in romanticism. Now this is really good because they've just taken an exam where they have to learn all of this. So this is kind of shows that their knowledge is very strong. Could I have the next slide? So on the next slide, you have some of these elements. So if you've got any of these, well done. Okay. So we have here expressive use of trills and ornaments, contrasting sections, expressive rubato. So Maria, can you tell me what rubato is?
It kind of is manipulation of the tempo, so you can choose to go a bit slower, a bit faster to kind of make it much more expressive.
So much more expressive. So what we've done now is Maria is going to play us a piece by Chopin, Nocturne in F sharp minor, C sharp minor. And we have some cards on the table. The students don't know what cards they've got, so they're going to choose a pile of cards. And on the back of those cards is some of these features. And when they hear them in the music, they are going to lift them up and show us so that they can see that they're recognising those features when they are listening. So this is an activity that really encourages critical listening, which is vital in the written exam for the A-level music. We do various modules. The piano music and operas of Mozart and Baroque instrumental are compulsory, and then we choose art music, so Shostakovich and musical theatre as our optional
optional topics that we do in the exam. So over to Maria. Okay, huge thank you for playing this. And then when you hear your feature, lift your card up.
Full disclosure, I have a cold, so if I sneeze in the middle, I'm sorry.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, so I think that's the end of the 10-minute lesson. Thank you ever so much. And I think it's any questions and answers. If you type them into the chat, either the students or I will be able to hopefully answer those questions, and Miss Sarah will read them out.
Thanks, Miss. So no questions just yet. So remember to type in the Q&A. I will read them out. If a lot of students have asked about the exam requirement and what the kind of exam entails.
Okay, so the music A level is in 3 parts. You have performance, which I think is 30%, composition, which is 30%, and the exam, which is 40%. And it's a 2.5-hour paper, and you have a mixture of short answer questions and slightly longer answer questions on familiar and unfamiliar works that we've studied, and new works and works that unfamiliar you haven't heard before. And there's an essay question, and the essay questions are on the optional units. So you could choose, you write one essay, you can choose to write it on musical theatre, some of the songs that we've studied, or on the art music of the 20th century, so Shostakovich or Messiaen, Steve Reich. The others, performance, we record that in year 13, but there's lots of practice at doing performance in year 12. And the composition, I think you've started working on compositions already? Yeah, I'm mainly an exam paper, that's my area really.
So someone has asked, how many performances/recitals are we required to do?
So we try to give you a lot of practice, so they happen throughout the year. Some of them in the lessons, some of them are in the concerts, some of them obviously COVID has meant we haven't quite been able to do that, but we are going back to that. So I would say, how many have you done in year 12? So one every half term, and that's to try and build confidence. The final one, you're looking at 10 minutes worth of music. So you have to get a program together that lasts for, I think, around 10 minutes.
Someone has asked, does sight reading have to be a very high level for A-level music?
No, we don't give you sight reading tests. And I think we're all in the same position. You learn by ear, so we tend to play what we hear. So then you are quite good sight readers as well. So. But no, it's not. You need to be able to read music. It's helpful to have grade 5 theory, but not essential. But you need to know what the notes are. I don't think you can come onto the A level without being able to recognise the notes. But we never ask you to sight read.
Someone asked, what software is used in the composition sections?
We use Sibelius for the composition because it produces a score, and it's a score that's marked. So if you've not used Sibelius before, then we will teach you how to do that.
It's quite easy. It's all right. You get the hang of it. You get the hang of it really quickly. Quite basic. Yeah. Yeah.
So you get the hang of it quickly, and it's quite basic. And there are a few tricks. It does help you a bit. So I don't know if they can hear you. You might have to speak more loudly. I don't know. Yeah.
What about any trips or visits for music?
So in usual times we do a tour every year, but we've had to cancel the last 2. But it's back on for next February, where we're going to do a performance. What we do is we go to somewhere in Europe, do 3 concerts, and then we do some sightseeing and other things like that. The one next year I think is planned to go back to Euro Disney, so we would do some performances in there and then have some events around Paris. So go and look at the Paris catacombs. You get some time to go on rides if you wanted to. And it's our jazz orchestra plus other things that goes. Normally we would be doing one theatre trip at least a term up to central London. The last few ones we went to see musical theatre production. And we have visiting people coming in. So I know later this term we've got a group that's going to come in and work with on composition and things like that. But as the country opens up, we will be more back to normal. So.
Fabulous, thank you. There's no other questions asked unless anyone has any last minute questions. So thank you, and thank you, Maria. That was a lovely piece.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'll give you chocolate.
Students that are at home, any last questions? The next session is dance. So, Miss, if you can mute the microphone in the classroom, I will then put the slide up and we'll. Miss Brown, if you're still there, somebody has asked about textbooks for A-level music. I can see Miss Brown is running around to the microphone to turn the mic on.
Right, yes, so we do have a textbook. We'll tell you what they are. It's an anthology, which is produced by Rheingold, which has all these set works in, and then I've devised my own sort of workbooks, if you like, and textbooks. And there's a harmony book, Harmony in Practice, that we work from as well. So
Lovely.
Okay.
Someone's also asked about genres of music to learn other than classical or romantic, sorry.
So the genres of music in the classical is we do Baroque, classical and romantic are the three areas. Other than that, it's musical theatre and then 20th century music, which is again some of the classical, slightly folk.
Okay, thank you, Miss.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Miss Davis, I can see you're getting ready. We've got about 3 minutes, so don't rush. You've got 3 minutes. Students are still joining, and then what we'll do is we'll introduce you and get started. So 3 minutes, and then we'll get going. Okay, Miss Davis, so in a second, we'll still have people joining from another room. Year 12 students, can you hear me? Can you wave? Hi there, hi Year 12 dancers. So what we're going to do, Miss Davis, when you introduce yourself, if you could stand in front of the camera, introduce yourself, the students, and ideally stand as close to the camera as possible. And then when you want me to change the slide, you can just ask me to. So we've got about 30 seconds. We've still got about 7 attendees at the moment. So if we wait a few, just pause. I'm waiting so patiently.
Can they see me? That's the question.
They are going to see you in shortly. There you are.
So I'm live, Miss.
You're live, Miss. Over to you.
Amazing. Good afternoon, students at home, future Year 12 dancers. My name is Miss Davis. I'm dance teacher here at Langley Park School for Girls, and we also have Mrs. White, who is our head of dance. With me today, I have the wonderful current Year 12 cohort, and they will, of course, be your Year 13 crew, hopefully when you join us. And so, yes, we are going to share a snippet of a dance session, really quick insight into what we do in our studio. So this morning we are looking at, well actually this afternoon, looking at 0 degrees, and this is a professional work that you study in September with these wonderful students here. So students at home, I'm going to call you Year 12 students for today. You have 1 minute starting now to research who the dancer Akram Khan is, and Year 13 in the space, you've got 1 minute to write down everything you can remember about Akram Khan, and we will then come back together and share our findings. So I'll start the timer now.
To those at home, if you want to type in the Q&A, I will then read out to Miss Davis if you have any answers.
That'll be brilliant. Anything you do find, type in, because I'm going to call on Year 12, Year 13 knowledge, and then ask you to add and bulk out our knowledge. Got about 25 seconds left. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, students in here. Students at home, as Miss Sayers said, if you could please enter some key facts, I will come to you in 1 minute for your findings. So let's start with Olivia. Olivia, give us one key fact about Akram Khan. Yeah. At home, his styles are contemporary and Katak. Helen? Yes, so Katak dance is a traditional form of dance. Can you remember from which country? Someone help Callum out? India, yes, guys said India, fabulous. Kira, something else? Yes, so Kathak dance is used to tell stories, religious stories as well. Sky, anything else? Amazing. Sky contributed that he is dual nationality, which means he is half Bangladeshi and half British as well. And then last but not least, please, Aim.
I said that he trained with the dancer and then went on to.
Yeah, so professional dancer first, choreographer second. Miss Saya, anyone found anything else interesting in the chat?
So we had English dance and choreographer, also of Bangladeshi descent. I think anyone else got to those 2 points were shared quite quickly as well. So they shared before you even started asking.
Amazing. So what that might mean, Miss, is they're looking at that transition work, which would be fabulous. Students, you'll look at this practitioner in great detail in your transition task leading up to September, which means you'll have equal knowledge as the students in front of me, and then we can all start in the same place, which will be fabulous. Miss Saya, please may go on to the next slide. Okay, so students at home and with me, we have a performance challenge. Students, feel free to come up. I tried to turn the lights off so you could see. So task 1, 2 and 3 is traffic lighted. You work through this at your own pace. The aim is to reach task number 3. So task 1, I want you to copy the salient positions of Akram Khan. And those of you that have just researched, you will know he is on the right-hand side. Sorry, the left-hand side, or is it the right? I don't know. The Bangladeshi man in the picture, copy him, and then students will copy Khan's positions here. Next, choose the order you would like, but what I'm going to do is set this group the challenge to work together, so choose your order together. And then last but no means least, add contrast, so a different use of dynamics, fast, slow, yes, sustained. All right, so I'm going to give 5 minutes, and those at home, I just want you to listen in and just notice how I work with the students in a practical space. So you're just kind of having a snow globe view of how we work together in Year 12. So students, pen, paper to the side, 5 minutes, let's copy the salient positions.
Sorry. So we've got
Yeah, you can. Amazing. So decide formation and where you are facing in the space. Yeah, you got there's no middle person. So students at home, when I get them to choreograph, it's all a collaborative approach because you will be expected to choreograph some group pieces in the future. This group have really worked well to get to know each other so that they are not, you know, one person's not taking the lead. At the start of the year, I will encourage all of you to build confidence to contribute to the creative process. You got 2 minutes. Ready? I'll start the counting, I think. Ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1. Okay, students at home, I would like you to take on the role of co-collaborator as well. Please think about the contrast. So this is opposing dynamics. I want you to pick a gesture, try and describe it or point out which picture it is, and ask them to either perform it extremely slow or extremely fast. Okay, so just go again, just while they're deciding. Ready? Sorry. Good, because I don't know about you, but I think they could add even more contrast. Miss Say, have they typed in any actions that they would like to see extremely fast or extremely slow?
I think it's the number 1. So 1 fast, I think.
Number 1 fast. So it's yeah. So straight up. 1. Ready? So 5, 6, 7, 8. 1. Faster. Faster. So it goes 1, 2, and then do you want to go 3, 4, or 3, 4? Yeah. So 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Again. 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. One more, students at home. One more development, improvement, alteration.
Oh, there's nothing come through this.
Nothing come through.
Oh, someone said all fast.
More fast.
All of them
all.
fast.
Right, have a little rehearsal. Ready? No, this is good. This is good. So can you do it on single count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hold 7, 8. 5, 6, hold 7, 8. So go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hold 7, 8. Just have a little practice. Good. Have a little practice.
I think I do it wrong every time.
So students at home, just for a little bit of context, normally in a practical setting, we will always do a HIIT session, high intensity training. We will then do a technique class, and this is set until I feel or you feel that you need additional challenges. And then we are always choreographing. In this instance, we are taking inspiration from a pre-existing practitioner, or you will select a theme or idea. Students, ready? Let's have a look just before I enter into any questions. And if I've got any more time to do some more choreographing, I'll find out from Miss Saya. So we go 5, 6, 7, 8. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, good work. Lovely suggestion, whoever that was at home. Miss Saya, have I got a tiny bit more time?
No, sorry, you don't.
No time. Students, just qualify with us if you have any
It's
questions.
time for quick Q&A. There's also some questions already coming through. So question 1, is there a dance club? And if so, do you have to do A-level dance to be part of the dance club?
With fingers crossed, holding on to Mr. Johnson. Oh, I can hear myself. Miss, please may you mute. No, miss me. Thank you so much. Mr. Johnson, fingers crossed, will allow us to perform with other year groups. If that is the case, we are absolutely bringing back our companies. They, of course, trained on a Monday and Tuesday after school, and we will bring that back as well.
Someone has asked, do we have coursework?
Yes, so you will have choreographic coursework. Usually we give 6 months to choreograph a piece. You also have coursework to accompany your practical work. Based on your prior dance experience and knowledge, we actually have a little bit more freedom with the courses that we choose. So for example, Sky is on an A-level dance course, and then my 4 other students are on a performance course. That is decided upon what they've experienced previously, what they want to go and do in the future. So coursework, yes, for everyone, but dependent on your course, it might be more heavily written or more heavily practical, or the other way round. But yes, everyone does coursework.
Someone has asked, do you need to have done GCSE dance before taking A-level?
So it would be ideal. However, we do have ways, if you have studied, it'd be interesting if you could type to Miss Saya, if you have studied dance and have evidence of certification elsewhere, then I can absolutely report that back to Mrs. White and Miss Ashman Clark, and we can go from there. But yes, we have had that in the future, in the past rather.
Someone's asked previously about how the exams are structured and what exams are like.
I'm going to let the students answer. Sky, can you let them know what the structure of the exam for A-level dance is like? Just come up to me too, just so I don't have to repeat you.
So, can you see?
Yeah.
Yes, you do a written paper, and then you also do a choreography and a solo in the style of a chosen practitioner. Mine is Akram Khan.
How did you find that the one that we practiced with year 13?
Yeah, it was quite good. Like, it really makes you look at the practitioner and their like stylistic features. So yeah, it's quite good to do.
And all if you choose A-level dance, all your performance exams will be done in one day, and we have a guest examiner, which is really exciting. Full costume, full hair and makeup, and we film the day with the examiner. And then thank you so much, Sky. Kira, come and join. Come and tell them about the level 3 examinations.
Basically, we mostly do coursework, so we don't really do like a final written exam. So we have different practical like topics, things that we have to do, like group pieces and stuff. And then along the way, we write up about it, and then it goes into our folder, all the folder work, which will be checked like after we've done that.
Amazing. Yeah. Just a little bit more info. So level 3, we are assessed much more frequently than A-level. A-level is a final exam at the end of year 13, whereas level 3, we might film, for example, a technique class term 1, and then term 2, we might film a solo performance, And then we have a big performance in March and April, May, which is what we've just done. So yes, very different. But what is wonderful, thank you, Kira. What is wonderful is that all 11 and 12, 12 and 13 will study together, which is wonderful. So you're in the space at the same time, and everyone is expected to be in each other's performance exams. So for example, Sky has been developing her physical and technical skills by being in level 3, and then in September, the level 3 students will be prepping for Sky's exam in the future. Thank you, Miss.
I want to ask about the exam boards.
Exam boards, AQA for A-level dance and EdExcel for, no, not EdExcel, Pearson's for BTEC. Sorry, many exam boards.
And one last question, Miss, before we then hand over to the last session for maths. Do you think people should know how to dance to do dance?
Oh, know how to dance.
Question either. I'm not really sure how to know how to. I guess if you had experience, do you have to have technical experience to be able to take A level?
So A level is difficult in the sense that it does help. For A level dance, prior dance experience does help because it is such a high standard of the physical and technical skills. Performance skills, absolutely not. The only positive I can, reinforce with you is that you have a lot of dance time in year 12. You have access to the dance studio. We do not teach in there at all, so that is essentially a year 12 and 13 rehearsal space. So yes, does it help? Yes. But will you be utterly on the back foot? No. So who's been dancing their whole life here? Whole life. Ames, what age did you start?
I stopped and started.
You stopped and started. When did when would you say you started again? Like really
maybe
year 10.
Like GCSE.
Yeah, so we have dancers here that only have started really intensive training at year 10. So it's absolutely fine if you haven't been dancing since you were 2 years of age.
Lovely, thank you, Miss, and thank you, year 12 students. We're now going to hand over, Miss. Can you turn the mic off?
Of course. Thank you so much. Bye now.
Bye. And then we'll have a few minutes before Mr. Cross comes back for maths. Mr. Frost, if you're in the classroom, can you turn the camera on so I know when you're ready to go? Fabulous, we are back. We have a few students in the room at the moment, so let me just send the classroom live. Yes, sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, I'm Mr. Frost. I'm Head of Key Stage 5 Maths at Langley Park School for Girls. These are some of our A-level students. We've got Leanne, Ella, Salma, Zoe and Ian with us to do a little bit of maths. So we haven't got long, so we're going to use the time to look at a connection between your GCSE work and some stuff that will be very important for you at A-level, as you have all experienced. So we're going to be looking at some trigonometry. It's all going to be stuff that you've seen before, but we might be able to get at least one or two things in there where you think about things in a slightly different way to what you might be used to. So first question, I'll pose it to the students here, but be thinking about it at home and feel free to put anything in the chat. So what rules can you think of that connect the sides and angles in triangles? Feel free to shout them out when they pop into your head.
Cosine rule.
Cosine rule, definitely.
Sine rule.
Sine rule. Anyone else? SOHCAHTOA, very much so, specifically for right angled triangles. And there's one other little rule that kind of goes along with your sine and cosine. Area of a triangle, very nice. So we've got these formulae in trigonometry that we learn at GCSE. You tend to get quite straightforward questions at GCSE, but as most of you saw last week, at A-level, you do tend to get thrown some curveballs, so you have to think a little bit harder about your questions. If we could click on to the next slide. Thank you very much. Okay, so our session today is literally going to be one question. It looks very innocent, as our students here have discovered. Innocent questions in Maths A-level are not always so innocent. So you've got a triangle, sides 10 and 22 are shown, but you're missing one of the sides. You are told the area is 88. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes and give you a couple of minutes to think about that. You do have the skills at home from your GCSE to answer this question, but it's all about how you think about it. And just one extra little thing to consider, you should be able to do this without a calculator. And I think that's possibly the most interesting bit of the problem. Give you a minute or so. Okay, so I think it's going to take us at least 5 minutes to get through an answer to this. And to be honest, I'm much more interested in process than answer. So we won't necessarily churn out a bunch of calculations. It's all about the thinking behind it. So what ideas have you had to start us off? So I'm going to go with Leanne. Sorry. Very nice. So we'll come back to that second idea in a minute. So using the area, what's the formula that we're going to use? equals the area. Very nice. So we know this formula, we're told the area, so that's our clue. So we can put in our information. So what would the A and the B be? Anyone? Anyone else want to jump in? Dave? The 10 and the 22. So we've got a half times 10 times 22 times sine. And which angle am I talking about in my shape? That's it. It's got to be the angle between the 10 and the 22, so opposite of y. So in order to use that formula, we need that. And I'm going to call it theta. I know you're all very familiar with theta. It's a letter that we use a lot in A-level maths for angles. You might have come across it before. It's the Greek letter ph. So it literally just means ph, but they've got a single letter for it, the Greek letter theta. So that's going to be my theta. And that's going to equal the area, which is 88. Okay, so that's where we're up to. What did you do with that, Selma?
I rearranged it to make sine theta.
Very nice. So sine theta becomes the subject of the formula. So if you do your 10 times 22, divide it by 2, 110, and then you can divide by that coefficient and get 88. How did that work out? Very nice. So can you put that in your calculator, inverse sine of 88 over 110, then you can get an irrational number for your angle, a decimal that just goes on and on and on. But it's not very practical. So this is one of the main things I wanted to get in today. In A-level maths, much more than GCSE, you tend to work in exact values. So rather than using this kind of horrible decimal value and then having to continue to use it later on, what can I do with, in fact, let's start with the fraction. What can I do with the fraction to start with? 2 4/5. So that does simplify down nicely to 4/5. And then this produces something very special, which is a really useful thing to consider in a lot of different bits of A-level maths. If I know that sine theta is 4/5, what can I do with that information? I can draw a new triangle. So, what sort of triangle? Right angle. Right angle triangle. Sorry, I'm left-handed for this. I'll come down here. So I draw a new triangle. If I mark that on as theta, what can you tell me about that triangle?
So you know sine theta is opposite over your hypotenuse. So your opposite would be 4.
Opposite is 4.
Your hypotenuse would be 5.
Very nice.
So because it's a right angle triangle, you can use Pythagorean theorem.
Excellent.
And find the adjacent side,
which will be
5 squared minus 4 squared. Square root of that, you should get 3.
Very nice. Is another way of thinking about your SOHCAHTOA, and to be honest, it's one of the most common uses of it in the A-level. If you get a fraction for your trigonometric ratio, something like sine or cos of your angle equals a fraction, you can set up a right angle triangle that fits that description, and then that will allow you to find anything about that angle, so sine, cos, or tan. Just on a little side note, it's a very special triangle, this one. How would we refer to 3, 4, 5? I know the term for it.
Pythagorean triple.
Very nice. So known as a Pythagorean triple, there are various sets of 3 positive integers that will fit Pythagoras' theorem, and that's the most common one. So we do use 3, 4, 5 triangles a lot for this. So if we then go back, oh no, just before I get to that, you'll need that. So if I go back to my original triangle, 22, y there, and theta there. So in order to work out y from this triangle now, what rule would I have to use? It will involve 3 sides and an angle. Cosine rule. Okay, so cosine rule uses 3 sides and an angle, but in order to use the cosine rule, I'll go through it because we're a bit short on time. Hopefully this is familiar to you. I might move that way a little bit so you can see. Cos So in order to use the cosine rule, it would fit in like that. So you've got your a squared equals b squared plus c squared minus 2bc cos a, where that is opposite that. If we can find out cos theta as a fraction, then we don't even need to touch our calculator. So from this triangle, how would I work out cos? Ella, you get cos for me from there, cos of theta? Perfect. So Jason over here. Very nice. So rather than using our calculator to find the angle as a decimal, we can use this triangle, and the cos theta is 3 over 5, and that allows us to put our final bit of trig in there as a nice exact fraction. Okay, I think, oh, we've run over by a couple of minutes, so we'll leave it there. You can shove that in your calculator to get an answer. You should have got something like 17.9, I think it was, roughly. Might have got there. But yeah, that's the boring bit. The thinking bit is the interesting bit. Okay, sorry, haven't left you long for questions. So.
So there are no questions typed yet. So students at home, if you'd like to type a question into the Q&A. If not, obviously, certain questions that were asked earlier were about further maths and the differences and entry requirements. I'm not sure if you wanted to discuss that again. I'm sure these people missed that earlier.
Yep, so just sort of overview for maths, the course is 2 years. It will be assessed at the end with 3 2-hour exams. 2 of them are in pure maths, so that's your graph work, algebra work, trigonometry, things like that, and calculus will be introduced. And then the 3rd exam is applied, which is half statistics, half mechanics. So it's about 2/3 and 1/3 split between pure and applied. You'll be provided with resources, so textbooks for the course that will help you to run through it. You will need a calculator. I'm just going to wave yours if that's all right. So you need a slightly upgraded calculator from your standard GCSE one. This is known as the Class Whiz. But I can put an order in through the school and get a slight reduction on that. If you hold off until September to buy that, you won't need it immediately. Any other really important thing? Have you found?
Someone's asked how much harder is GCSE maths than A-level maths?
I was literally just about to ask them how they found the transition. So, I mean, I don't know if you'd agree, but I think if you know your GCSE, the reason I picked this question is because the topics are very similar. A lot of the GCSE work up until about November, it's all the same topics that you've been looking at GCSE. The style of questioning is the harder bit. So this would be my #1 tip for going into A-level maths, is that at some point, probably late August, you need to get your skills sharp again from GCSE. So trigonometry, quadratics, coordinate geometry, straight line graphs and things like that are all absolutely essential for a smooth transition. Would you say that's fair? And I think if your skills in those areas are really good, it will be a reasonably smooth transition. Otherwise, you're going to have to get a handle of all of that whilst dealing with sort of harder questions and ideas as well.
This next question links into that. So what's the entry requirement grade to do A-level maths?
We do expect a 7. I think coming into A-level maths with a 7, you will find it challenging. A lot of the work that it picks up on is grade 8 and 9 GCSE. So with a 7, you will be able to progress quite happily, but you will find it challenging. For further maths, we would definitely expect a grade 8 because it is a much faster pace and you have a lot more content. And then when you do the further maths in the 2nd year, the level does take another sort of jump up and get very challenging.
Excellent, thank you. So that's all the questions. I think you're the last session. So students, thank you, Year 12 students, for attending and helping serve. You can work on that question at home over the weekend and try and see if you get it without your calculator.
Thank you.
Those at home, you're now, the task is now, if you wish to meet the prefects, is going to be in room 1, and then at the conclusion, the sixth form team again in room 1. So thank you for all your time today. It's been lovely to interact with you remotely. It's sad that you couldn't come into school. However, we have had to follow the guidance, sadly. But we're looking forward to meeting you all on enrolment and in September. So have a lovely afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Bye.